Okay. And the third one is the one that we are today, in person and virtual. That's a hybrid one. Cities and climate change. What are the new challenges for education at the school level? Okay, this is the distribution of the countries that participate in PULCHRA. We try to have a pan-European dimension. We didn't have all 27 countries. We have 10 countries dispersed in different parts of Europe, a gap to the south, to the southwest of Europe, as you can see, but still a very nice mix of different countries, different educational systems, different environmental challenges. We have developed a network, and that was the main aim of the project, with 52 schools from these 10 countries. And you can see in each of the circles the number of schools associated with the program. And we have two additional dimensions: the stakeholders, that is, people that have been following the project and have been willing to either support with information or with mentoring, or just to receive information about the project and its results. We have tried to link the project with another project which is called Globe Europe, that again involves schools, and it's been much more dispersed in the European continent. And overall, there have been 58 school projects, which means that some schools have developed more than one project through the course of the project. A number of educational materials have been prepared, and all of them are being uploaded, and they are public domain tools in the site of PULCHRA. We have a handbook of educational materials, a handbook for a young reporter. A student can become a reporter for the environment, and what are the main guidelines for such a work. Open learning course for the city challenges, and open learning course for the urban ecosystems. And everything is provided in the website. This is a typical example of a tool. It's a tool that allows us to make some analysis of different places in the European continent, as far as agriculture, information about the forest areas, about urban areas, and so forth. And this again is a simple tool. It's very detailed with respect to the data it's providing, but it's a simple tool to be used, and everything is being supported by instructions and guidelines. So this is the main architecture of the program. There's a school project which is called City Challenge, because it reflects a challenge of the city as an urban ecosystem. And the school project has been supported by seminars, visits to universities, enterprises, to city officials. The majority have been done virtually because of COVID, as I said before. We have a special dimension which is about the city science reporters who have been supporting their students, who are supporting the dissemination of the program. There are open events that happen in each school, and this is the City Challenge Workshop organized at the end of the program. The main philosophy of the program is open schooling, how schools can collaborate with the local societies, with the scientific community, with other stakeholders, and try to gain from their experience and knowledge, but at the same time communicate their own experience and knowledge to the outer community. That is the city, the school, not to have, let's say, not to be isolated by being part of the local system. We have associated all the city challenges themes, which you can see to the left part of the slide, 6 different city challenges encompassing all the different dimensions of an urban ecosystem, from powering the cities without harming the climate, the buildings for the future city, regenerating urban space, from waste disposal to resource efficiency, the mobility patterns in a city, and finally the innovation for the social and environmental benefit. And all this have been associated with the Sustainable Development Goals in order to demonstrate the link between the city challenges themselves on the one hand and the goals of the United Nations on the other. And this was a very interesting experiment because it gave us the opportunity to see the practical links at the city level. We have developed science themes, which are being used in different partners, from teachers, who are a main pillar of the program, students, who are the most important pillar of the project because they are the ones who have to be benefited, and then experts, scientists, universities, NGOs, science, media, and so on and so forth. And of course, local authorities. Again, we have faced difficulties because of COVID. I'm pretty sure that if COVID was not present, the dissemination of the project and the involvement of the different stakeholders would have been much bigger. Dissemination is a very critical part of everything. As you know, we have developed a science, a newspaper. This is issue number 1. This is why I'm in the first line, because I'm the coordinator. I'm in the first newspaper. That was the last time I'm in newspaper of the program. It has been prepared through the project and gives a lot of information about the activities, gives the opportunity to get aware and acquainted with the material of the project, and practically tries to show that we are doing something which may be of interest for a good number of people in the European Commission, the European Union, sorry. And there is a PULCHRA app which puts together everything. You can download it from your mobile phones, and it gives the opportunity to go through the project, to see the educational material, to get into the platform of the program where everything is being collected and it's being used. And this has been something which gave us the opportunity to open up the dissemination process, especially in the difficult times of COVID. So this is practically the shortened version, because before I call for the first speaker, you can visit us at this website. Despite the fact that the program is 2 months before its termination, the website will stay open for the next 3 years at least. It's going to be supported and maintained, presumably with new information. And this is something which we believe in my team, that is going to be beneficial for the schools that would like to take part, to see what has been prepared and how they can exploit it. So saying this, I would like to call the first speaker, who is Konstantina KARYDI. Konstantina is an urban planner. She's very experienced in the city systems. She has been working for the resilient cities, a very important aspect, resilience of a city to climate change and practically to everything. And she's now with the Resilient Cities Catalyst. Konstantina, is that correct? Yes. And also she's an expert of the European program, which is called Urban Innovation Program, that practically tries to introduce new solutions in cities in order to cope with a number of environmental challenges. So, Konstantina, you have the floor for your presentation.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. And I am lucky, therefore, since I'm meeting you for the first time, but due to COVID, it also seems that everybody is meeting almost for the first time, so I feel a little bit part of the group. Professor Cartalis and I were indeed collaborating within the context of the European Urban Initiative. It was the new name of the Urban Innovation Program of the EU. And we are both exposed to, through that, to a wealth of knowledge and innovation when it comes to identifying a variety of solutions, let's say, to key urban challenges. So among these are jobs and skills in the future of work. In the past it was air quality, alleviating poverty, climate transformation, urban security. And the reason I'm starting by this is because when we are talking about innovative solutions to tackling climate change at the urban scale, and you have been working on integrating new knowledge in education and let's say opening up the school and the students to its surrounding environment, it is really important to always consider that when we are talking about urban transformation, there is a set of integrated challenges. And when identifying solutions, it is actually really important to first define the problem. So we often actually jump into the solutions that we think we need. But when thinking systemically, it's mostly about integrating that. And there's nowhere better to do that actually as within the education system. So I thought it's quite interesting, therefore, to define the problem at a glance, which is the problem that we're all facing, our collective problem, and definitely it is the problem of the next generations. You see my slide, but What I really wanted to say is that I very recently realized something that I'm sure parents always realize, but for me it was new because I have a 2.5-year-old daughter. But when we are talking about 2100, this dooms year, actually somebody who is 2.5 now or 3, it is within totally their lifespan. They will be around 60. So actually it's very, very close. And we're already experiencing this consequence, the consequences of this doomsday. And also, I think the other thing to consider is that we were talking about 2100, yes, but actually this is just a point in time. The changes will be happening more and more. So 2100 is just an artificial date, I think, that we have collectively globally chose to say, okay, this is our target to maintain heat, basically at a controllable level. And as you know, now that COP is underway, at the moment, the predictions are that we're near the 2.7. This is basically just to say this is a destructive debt. So basically, we're heading to destruction. And our students, our children, and us, and people who are slightly younger than us will face that. And therefore, the challenge we're actually talking about today, when we're thinking about education, we're thinking about change, systemic change, is that risks and climate-related occurrences are increasing in frequency and intensity, and at the same time, we are called to adjust as societies, as systems, as individuals, really rapidly, while we are called to face these risks. So it's a massive leap forward, and cities, for example, seemingly they're not set up to respond, but they are at the eye of the storm. Again, this is not an innovation. I think, yes, in our world we talk about cities a lot, but cities is the first organized construct. Human communities, they started thriving in cities. So that's why, basically, it's not that like cities presented themselves now, but cities are growing. So I have noted there are 5 elements which are always related also to the education system and the school. So as basically you were working, and I don't know the project so well, but from the, let's say, the extent I have understood it, you were working quite a lot to opening up basically the students themselves to the ecosystem that they are part of. But I guess what Kostas and I will also wanted to offer to this group is also the approach of understanding the school itself as part of a bigger urban infrastructure. So the school is in connection basically with the city ecosystem, and also, as you have also proven, is also part of an international reality, and can be. It's not it's not a building with students inside. It's not anymore that. And within this context, I would say that the 5 underlying issues of the problem, they also present themselves within the school infrastructure, is that the institutional setup repeatedly leaves cities off the policy design and decision-making tables. In Greece, that was, for example, very clear with the absence of any kind of engagement with cities for the Resilience and Recovery Fund. Stakeholders are not engaged on time, and this means that sometimes decisions are made and then stakeholders are called on the table. This is a very, let's say, traditional form of stakeholder engagement, while at the moment the forward approach is to include stakeholders and individual citizens earlier in the process of policy design. The third element, which I mentioned before, is yes, the city is not new, but globally at least, the urbanization process is ongoing. So this is not necessarily the case in Europe, but Africa hasn't urbanized yet, and it's actually urbanizing really, really fast. So this is a good context to have in mind when it comes to this leap forward that we are asked to make. And then administrations are mostly set up to manage and not to problem solve. This is, again, a repeated problem, and it was also reflected in the several structures of the city administrations as well as national administrations, not so much the EU, that basically they are traditionally been regarded as implementers of policy and of projects and of goals that have been designed elsewhere. While at the moment they're more and more asked, for example, city administrations to do more, and they are also theoretically empowered. So, for example, the European Commission, it says nowadays that the cities should actually apply for integrated projects that consider like the new European Bauhaus initiative, the aesthetics, the society, the building retrofitting, energy reduction, apply for climate-related projects. Who is going to do all that? It's the question I always ask, which I think is where we need to work on. And the long term, as a result, an integrated and forward-looking database design is limited. I'm not going to sit longer this slide, but I guess I wanted to give, as I mentioned already, the Resilience and Recovery Funds and the European Urban Initiative. But basically, I don't want to be negative in the sense that internationally there is, as I said before, a move. So it's not that the tools are not there. The mechanisms are being there, but there is not enough dialogue between, I don't want to say people on the ground, because does this mean that we're high up? No. Between implementers, basically the ones I was talking about before, who need to be empowered much more. There's still a gap, basically, between this high-level policy. When I say high-level, I mean mostly remote, right? When you're a policymaker at the EU level or the state level, naturally, you cannot also know what are the needs in the neighborhood. But on the other hand, it is really important to make this connection because, for example, when it comes to the context of a school, we know from a few projects that I will mention later that the school is actually a vital part of the local community, that if you actually have a way to link education and the policy design and collaboration from that level up to, let's say, the state level, or the EU level, then you get much better policies. So basically, planning differently is about administrative reforms, for example, institutionalizing horizontal coordination and planning mechanisms, using existing levers differently. For example, procurement can be a problem-solving mechanism. It's not about actually procuring let's say the school committees, it doesn't have to be about procuring paper and pens. It can be about procuring different writing instruments, just to give something very tangible, let's say. And then increasing the resilience dividend, which is potentially, for example, planning and delivering projects with multiple problem-solving potential. So I'm just going to show you the first project I worked on. I collaborated with. I didn't work. I shouldn't take that credit. So the city of Sevilla, it's, in my opinion, an amazing example to look at of a city that's working in an integrated manner, that is actually is targeting holistically. It is identifying what are its key problems. For example, in their case, one of their key problems is they're expecting to have, as you see here, 55 degrees temperature, an average temperature increase of 5 degrees more or less. And they're going to have more consecutive days of that heat in the summer. They're already quite hot. And the reduction of rain by 20%. And what they really care about, that's just one entry point, right? We shouldn't be only thinking about heat. That's obvious. I mean, we've been talking about that for 15 years now, at least. Yes, temperature is rising, but this is not heat. For them, they say that we traditionally have been, like here in Athens, a city that lives outdoors. And at the same time, we're called to adhere to the European Union goal and the Spanish goal for a zero net energy consumption, and by 2030 is 55%, I think, and by 2050 has to be zero. So they're saying, okay, so we are going to have really hot temperatures, we live outdoors, and we need to actually reduce our energy demand. And we want to preserve our way of living. This is how they interpret heat in Sevilla. And this is related to tourism, the tourism industry. This is related to water management. This is related to everyday living and revitalization of public spaces. So I mentioned before that, we're talking about cities, but obviously cities is not something new. It's an obvious reason why we're talking about cities. Similarly, in Sevilla, they actually looked back. At a traditional technique. So we are not reinventing the wheel here, and maybe it's actually interesting within the education system to start looking at old innovations. And the innovation here would be how to bring them in the 21st century. So Sevilla is in the south of Spain, and they have a very rich, let's say, history with through the Arab, basically, the Arab years of Spain in the Middle Ages. So they have an incredible architecture and a beautiful knowledge, basically, of different mechanisms. One of those mechanisms is the canal. So they used, and we also know part of it, from the Roman years, right? In order to keep a temperature down, keep a space cool, it's quite good to have small windows, internal, shade, water. Okay, but how do you bring that in the 21st century, and how do you help adhere to this strategic goal they have set as a city, that is to maintain life in public spaces? And outdoor spaces can also mean a bus stop. It can also mean a park. It can mean a semi-open amphitheater. It can mean an outdoor gym or a playground. Here in Athens, you cannot go on a playground in the summer months. Basically, in my area, we had kids coming from a Paliro, basically, to come to the center because that's the only place, and parents, because that's the only area they could actually play in shade. Imagine how this will be in 10 years. So there, the Cartuja Canat is about taking the old technique, the old Arab technique of water flow, if you want to say it simply, and using modern technology, modern energy and energy production technology through the sun, through the sun, fundamentally. They are piloting a closed circuit of water and air and solar energy. So basically, they're digging underneath a canal, like a, how do you say it in English? How do I finally put it? That's a social innovation place. Okay, so they're digging basically underneath an underground, let's say, reservoir, small reservoir, and the water that is kept underground is obviously in a much lower temperature than the outside, basically, surface temperature, and they are basically at daytime, the air is pushed through pumps, like the cold air is pushed through pumps and is disseminated in the semi-open public spaces. And that actually brings reduction of about 10 degrees. And they've actually implemented that over the last 3 years. So you have, for example, these pictures I have here. This is a revitalized space. So it's like if you've been in the Thessaloniki Public Expo or other public expo areas, they're actually not used often. In Sevilla, they are using part of it, but also there are parts of it that are dead, especially at nighttime. So they also took as an experiment 4 square miles area. They regenerated this, for example, space. This was a derelict amphitheater. The University of Sevilla is also located there. So this amphitheater will be used by students and will be used for different events. And they also used it as a demonstration space for different techniques. They have solar panels here, if you can see on those pictures. But fundamentally, what they've done is they are, as I said before, by using this water cycle, at night, at daytime, the cold air from the water that's over basically the water underground is pushed up through pumps that are, let's say, powered by solar energy. and that air is disseminated, creating, without air condition, much better temperatures. And at nighttime, the water is going up, basically, because the temperature falls significantly, and its temperature is lowered. It creates a very nice visible environment because it creates fountains, and it's really nice. It's a basically as an element, and it's a cool down. So this is a very simple transmission of an original Arab concept that we have forgotten. And the interesting thing is that as I described it as a closed system, and I don't want to be too technical, but this can be experimented also, by the way, in schools if you want. But basically, it can be moved to bigger or smaller spaces. This system can very easily be created, as I said before, in a bus stop. Or actually, in Sevilla, at the moment, they are collaborating, the city of Sevilla, with a local outdoors exercise company, the ones that they're setting up the different exercise machines, and they want to see whether they can have it as a product, basically in their outdoor spaces. Because otherwise, what's the point of setting this up if you cannot use them, but only at night? So this is, and at the same time, they're also planning a whole, let's say, revitalization and social innovation component, because the issue here, and that will bring me to the other project, is also about managing all that. This is always an issue when it comes to administration, and I think it's also an issue when it comes to managing public buildings or even private buildings and private and public spaces. So they want to see, I'm giving a lot of details, others will not be so much, but I think it's interesting. You have 5 or 6 stakeholders on that space, key ones: the city of Sevilla, the university, MSS, which is the Metropolitan Water Company, and they all have a stake in the space. So they couldn't agree, basically, who's responsible for managing it. If we have events, who is going to do it? Who is going to profit from it? Who is going to pay for it? And they wanted to bring the citizens into the pictures and NGOs as well. But for now, they have agreed on an MOU between them. So they're creating not a new structure, but they're creating an agreement, basically. While initially they were thinking about creating a new structure, they realized this is not the way. And they are going to experiment by introducing also local NGOs and other organizations who will want to use the space, and making them co-responsible for a month, for a week, for a day. So we'll see how this will go. And this kind of idea of social innovation, I think I'm going to skip this. I will say it in the end, because I want to go to the City of Paris School Oasis project. So this, in our field, honestly, it is a massively famous project. I think it's a fantastic that Mrs. Dimopoulou is here. My presentation, where is it? Yeah, I want to be here. Yes. Fantastic. Okay. So I was actually going to mention that this project was inspired by the city of Athens, when the previous administration, Kaminis, and the deputy mayor at the time, Leopoulou, was the deputy mayor of Chai. They actually created this incredible, they actually said, wait a second, the school is a place that is really part of the community, and therefore we can use it as a focal point for in the after hours, because in Greece you cannot affect the formal educational program, but the schools are managed by the municipality as buildings. So they said, okay, well, they found an agreement. In the afternoon hours, they opened them as a means to integrate basically the communities on the ground and open up to migrants and other through the school. So it was called the Open Schools program. That program, through different processes, inspired Paris. That was part of the Paris Resilience Strategy. And Paris said, okay, this is really interesting. We're thinking though about climate change. So what shall we do? So they decided that as part of the resilience strategy, which is what I said before, the dividend, right? Dealing with more than one issues at the same time. They decided to basically say large-scale, open, like forward-looking projects. They said, we are going to transform all the Paris schoolyards over the next 20 years as green spaces to reduce the urban heat phenomenon and to make the environment, the student environment, more pleasant. And then they were thinking as a second stage to coordinate with Athens in order to open up with also in the social, let's say, infrastructure. Athens stopped the project, so, you know, that's that, as usually. But the School Oasis is now a major kind of example around Europe. It also got funding from the European Urban Innovative Actions to continue. What I think is really interesting here, thinking about administration and change management, is that they had institutionalized a position called the Chief Resilient Officers, who at the beginning of the stage, so thinking large scale, they actually named all the schools will change in 20 years. Okay, but today what do? We will start by 3, they said. And we will measure, we'll have like a real pilot, we'll measure, you know, what happens. And the Chief Resilient Officer, Sébastien Maire was his name, he actually went, these are all inside information, but it's really important to have it in mind when we're thinking about our changing role and what can we do. He went door to door to all school, really the local school Parisian districts. He presented the project. He went to the school committees and he presented the project. And they also foresaw in the initial stages of these 3 school implementation chains, they also foresaw and they talked to the bureaucrats, which is not necessarily a bad term, but they talked basically to those who are responsible for maintenance. Because if you want to change a schoolyard, the schoolyards, as many of you probably know better than me, they actually have an operating systems. In September, you have to procure the material to maintain the schoolyard. Then later on, it's all designed. So if you want to make a change, break down the schoolyard, making it climate friendly, introduce changes for the students, you actually also have to foresee that. Who is going to, how is it going to be maintained? And therefore trained the municipal employees who, you know, brought in new gardeners. They said, okay, what kind of material are we going to use? When are we going to procure what? So this is also another practical dimension that's really important when you're thinking about scaling up, or when you're thinking about introducing new changes in the system. So they apply, therefore, 3 schools, then they apply to the UIA program. They have 10 schools, and I was reading that now they're actually really expanding into the 300 schools. And imagine, that means that they are going to have this, again, the school as a space, as part of an ecosystem with the city. We're actually using the square feet of the previously schoolyard, which was covered with concrete, to actually transform it into an oasis, a green oasis that helps reduce the urban heat island phenomenon. And similarly, the city of Barcelona followed. I'm not going to talk much about that because Professor Cartalis is actually overseeing this project. But what I really liked here, and I thought was really relevant also to PULCHRA, is the upscaling dimension of this project. So again, this project is about building school oasis, but scaling up, looking at the schoolyard as part of a broader kind of climate transformation, adaptation, mitigation project. But they also have a plan. I don't know, you can confirm that, how it's going, to consider the schoolyard as a school in itself. And therefore, once you transform it, to actually bring the student outdoors and do different types of experiments in the schoolyard. So create it as part of the educational infrastructure. So once you transform the schoolyard as a climate shelter through green, blue, and gray solutions, then you actually say you work at the same time with the students and the school to actually bring the students out. And I think that really speaks to the heart of PULCHRA as well, but also to what I mentioned before, the Sevilla project, that by creating the circumstances, you are actually allowing the multiple use of spaces. And finally, the city of Aveiro in Portugal, I think I recently interviewed them as candidates of the Rising City European Urban Innovation Award. And they also were part of a UIA project under skills and the future of jobs. And apart from introducing, again, the A into STEM, so the arts basically into the technical, educational and sciences component that we have all been so obsessed about, they are actually saying, okay, actually we need transferable social-oriented skills for our students, because adaptability does not come only by math. What is really important here, I think, to consider when we're kind of going into the subject of the future of jobs, it's not about green technology. Different crises, they impact different societal groups, and actually climate change is about social inclusion. But also thinking about the change that I mentioned earlier at the beginning of my presentation, who is actually vulnerable is not the same today as it will be tomorrow. This is also rapidly changing. It's actually expanding. And it's changing as cities are developing, it's changing as we are growing, and there's no better, let's say again, environment than the educational environment to apply those learnings that I mentioned before. So the city of Aveiro is integrating business development, a departure from the tourism monoculture in the city to school educations and the changing skills, and also labor observatory. So they're bringing together, starting from the schools, where they're introducing different kind of educational components under the STEAM idea. They have also created a labor observatory in order to start connecting what are the future needs, for example, of businesses in the tech, in the green, and also social industry, to attract them in the city, and also identify what are the gaps. And then they're collaborating with universities and also even, I think, at the final year of school in order to create different type of scholarships and work experiences in those companies. So they are saying, and then develop relevant policy. So they're actually creating a whole complete cycle from the schools, from the universities, to applied research, if you want, urban policy, and back into the businesses. And this is, I think, an incredible example. They didn't get the award, though, but they were definitely the top 3. So I will end. Some lessons learned. Very obvious in a way, but I think it's really important. Just a closing, basically, of what I said, I just put them all together, that the school is an ecosystem, that as we heard from the different examples, local administrations, they have a really high leverage potentially to actually do something. And also, it can be interesting to consider that through the different programs, there can be parallel interventions at scale in the EU, which is really also important. That bureaucracy is not a bad thing, can also be a vehicle for development as long as it is also integrated on time. And that we also need to invest, let's say, collectively to create an enabling environment to allow those individuals in the systems to inform each other, like in the city of Aveiro. And of course, to look back into the past as well, to remember that we're not inventing the wheel. In the Middle Ages, they didn't have a sewer system, but the Romans did have. So, you know, sometimes moving forward is also about looking back. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this presentation about new elements for schools and education. The floor is open if you have any question or any remark to make. Then we're fast to go.
No, there's a lot of time. Very sorry, I'm here.
So if there's any question from the audience,
I'm interested and intrigued by the finance system because it really dates back very, very many thousand years. It has worked then, it can work today. But today we have a different distribution of precipitation. That might be an opportunity or a challenge to the cities because no water in the city, no canal. Able to climate change, we will see another threat in the future. Do they have a strategy that they make a benefit for because these canals store water, and that might be the contribution to reduce flood?
Fantastic question, which is usually, you know, the way to say it's quite hard for me to answer. In the Kanat, and I think it's also a really good question because it speaks of the resilience dividend. So, you know, that we have to identify more than one problems at once. And also, it's often the case that when there is extreme temperatures, there's also extreme flash floods, for example. I will just tell you some details. I can also bring you in touch, actually, if you want, with the University of Sevilla and the Emasesa, the water company, because they have actually took precipitation into consideration in their different experiments, because they were also experimenting and they're applying in practice with new materials. What kind of materials basically can work with different levels of precipitation. And also this project, the CANAT project, was part, because I spoke before about long-term strategy. Emasesa is a metropolitan water company, and they have the fortune that it's been managed basically, the city of Sevilla is more than 50% owner. It's a public company, so they are actually really focused into the public good and public intervention. So this is part of 2 or 3 different other projects they're doing in the city that they are related also to flood management and water management. But in the CANAT case, it doesn't exacerbate the problem because the water is underneath during the day and comes out at night. So the assumption is that it will not, the temperature will not be so high, especially in those environments, it drops quite a lot. So there's a big difference. And they're taking advantage of this in order to facilitate the flow of the air. I hope it just gave an indication, but as I felt it was also a bit technical, but the technical answers are also in the project.
Okay, I forgot to mention that we're not going to have a coffee break, but there is rolling coffee next door. So whoever wants to get coffee or orange juice or water can go to the next door, the next room. And also that we have 10 school presentations to take place. The majority are over the network, but we have a couple of schools which are present already. And those are the protagonists of the project. So we will listen to them with very much care and understanding and expectation, I would say, and to see how what they gain from the project and how do they feel about all the things that we're discussing about cities and urban ecosystems. So thank you, Konstantina, at this time. So the next speaker is educator Maria Dimopoulou, with a lot of experience on environmental education and action projects on environment in schools at the primary level and also a major component of the project that was mentioned by Konstantina about schools for climate in the city of Athens. So Maria, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cartalis, for this invitation. And I am glad to see that PULCHRA project is an amazing project. I will try to keep the time, and my speech is about strengthening the role of schools for education against climate change. I will speak about holistic approach, tips, and ideas. Thank you. Researchers and communities have shown us that climate change affects where people can live, grow food, maintain infrastructure, and be healthy. Climate change is connected with many other global issues. For example, is linked to inequality and ethics, because developing countries are the least responsible for climate change, yet they are the most at risk from its effects. Climate change is also linked to gender inequality, because in many contexts, women and girls are more vulnerable to its effects than men. At the same time, they are also active and effective in addressing climate change and its impact. More and more schools around the world are adopting whole school approaches to climate action. In a whole school approach, students' classroom learning about climate change is reinforced by the formal and informal messages promoted by the school's values and actions. In other words, students, girls and boys alike, and other members of the school community live what they learn and learn what they live. The picture on the left helps us to visualize the application of the concept of sustainability in all the buildings and functions of the school. The picture on the right consists the 4 C's framework for sustainability, and it touches upon curriculum integration and pedagogical methodologies campus ecology and culture, and community partnerships through collaboration. We can see them in more detail throughout the presentation, and you'll be asked to answer reflecting on your school's sustainability practices. In September 2015, world leaders adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, a set of 17 aspirational goals to be achieved by 2030 that addresses shared challenges at the global and local levels. The 2030 Agenda includes a specific goal on climate action, Goal 13, and formally recognizes that the climate crisis is linked to many other global issues. We use this supporting framework of 17 sustainable goals, and we want to be visible in the school. The whole school approach to climate change means that an educational institution includes action for reduction climate change in every aspect of school life. This includes school governance, teaching content and methodology, campus and facilities management, as well as cooperation with partners in the border communities. The active involvement of all internal and external school stakeholders, students, teachers, principals, school staff, and the wider school community, such as families and community members, is key to a successful implementation of the whole school approach. In the following slides, with photos of classrooms and schools, we will try to identify small and big stories of sustainability in classrooms, in the building, in the yard, in the community, in the real and digital world. Here we can see students holding the flag of eco schools they have acquired after 3 years of efforts to reduce their ecological footprint. The flag declares from afar the identity of the school and at the same time reminds us that efforts must be continued to keep it flying. Let's start with the first question about how do you work on sustainability in your school? You work within the subject you teach by adding resources and activities to the school course book. Within interdisciplinary projects you design and implement with your colleagues at school and project partners, within an activity, a participation in a global day, by participating in a sustainable network such as eco schools, or by joining whole school actions stated in your school's action plan. Within the help of these images, we will explore learning spaces looking for elements that promote the concept of sustainability. Here you can see the connection between sustainability actions, connecting to the school curriculum through resources and educational material. Here we can see a makerspace. A makerspace is an area, usually a table or a corner in a classroom, stocked with creative and technological tools. During free or study periods, students can use the tools in the makerspace to create projects or crafts based on their own interests or things they are currently studying in class. The photos below are testimonies for the implementation of an energy-saving program in 17 schools of the municipality of Athens, Untitled Open Schools in Climate Protection and Energy Saving, Athens, Berlin. After doing research, the students reached the conclusion that the school building consumes a lot of energy. To solve the problem, they designed and implemented an action plan to save on energy. Here we can see hands-on work with solar vehicles. In this picture, we can see also notice boards, energy inspectors, cards, or tags with tips. In the classroom, not only the supervision and visibility of the project, but also the teaching methodologies the layout of the desk, the circle that facilitates discussion and reflection, and very important. So, if we want to teach critical, creative, and future thinking, we need new skills, critical thinking skills, creative thinking skills, and future thinking skills, which envisioning probable, possible, and desirable futures, comparing short and long-term effects of decisions applying the precautionary principle. Organize also local field trips. Bring your students to visit sites such as local farms, plantations, disaster support services, water treatment, or waste recycling facilities. These visits offer students engaging real-life context for exploring climate change challenges and solutions. And we pass in the second question. Is sustainability present and visible at your school? Are there rubbish bins for different types of recycling? Solar panels on the roof? Tip tags on the walls? Or school garden that the students take care of? School buildings have the capacity to teach sustainability to students and the local community through design, structure, and function. We consider as learning place more places than a classroom, halls, school cafeteria, teacher office, schoolyard, and learning places as agents of changes and learning places as paradigms for parents and the community. Here we can see a school building, the heating, the cooling, and the lighting system. This is a school maquette that considers solar roof panels, and the common areas. And the common areas of the school building also are involved in the spreading the idea of sustainability. Posters with the 17 objectives are displayed at the entrance of the school, and a board with a tree of premises of the students and the demands of the leaders in view of COP27. Continue with the common areas, we can see a ladder with messages and a detailed action plan that gives information to the whole school community and how the implementation of energy-saving measures is progressing. In this slide, we can see how the event hall can foster the visibility of sustainability projects and what imaginative ways there are to disseminate message about climate crisis. The canteen area is also a place with strong message about separating waste at source and collecting organics for composting. It's also a place for investigate questions about energy consumption, carbon footprint, local food versus global, organic versus conventional. The school dining room and the way school meals are managed reflects sustainable behaviors by using reusable dishes, forks, and spoons, and avoiding plastic. And the schoolyard, in turn, participates in the visibility of sustainability with outdoor classroom, floor games with message about 17 goals, planting and school garden, presence of bins, recycling by type, glass, paper, aluminium, plastic. On this slide, we can see a schoolyard goal that inspires the school community with answers to the question, what can I do to change the world? And the way in which students come to school on foot or by bicycle counts for the implementation of a sustainability plan. Can a school be a model of climate action? The saying, practice what you preach, applies to schools. Your school campus, which is probably where your students do most of their learning about climate change, should reflect your school's values. The most common way that schools try to become more sustainable is through action to reduce climate change and environmental improvements, such as tree planting, composting, and more efficient use of energy, water, and paper. While environmental improvements are important, your school can go beyond that. Your school can model sustainability and climate action in many different ways. And we pass in the third question. Has your school formed any community partnerships? Does your school collaborate with local authorities, unions, clubs, entrepreneurs, or national and international NGOs? Walking through the school community, we can see here the principal of a school holding a floor plan with the points where the school needs to intervene to save energy on each floor, and next, it's a comprehensive action plan. The training of the teachers also, the receiving sustainability can be published to spread the message and positively influence more teachers. Sustainability through digital dissemination of project work and work cafes involving parents. And we have also local community. Students meet local authorities about problems in their neighborhood, or students publish a local newspaper, or have a green spot collects cooking oil waste from houses around the school. Can we empower students to take action? Yes, we can host public field nights, sustainability tours in the school, community-wide events, replicate successful projects, or share climate action stories. Here we can see students protesting against climate change outside their school. How we can give inspiration to the schools. Well, here are some ways your school could inspire and involve others. Host public film nights, lead sustainability tours, organize community-wide events, replicate successful projects, or share climate action stories. The stories are very important, and the way that we tell stories. Also, the networks are very important. National, European, and international networks of schools. Here in Athens, we have a network with 14 schools, 200 students, and 2015 students. Schools for Climate, Island for Resilience and Change are the name of our network. Here we can see two teachers from the network who participate in Education for Climate Days. And we pass to this question 4. Is collaboration an integral part of your school culture? Do the students work in pairs? Do the teachers work together? Do teachers work with teachers? Do the teachers work with local networks? Here we have some key points. Values of the school are very important. Gender equality in the school is important. Introduce new staff is important. And assign time for the teachers to reflect on climate action issues is very important. Here, it's a very useful scheme. You can plan, take action, and reflect. We start from a vision, we continue with plan, we take action, and we reflect. We don't forget monitoring. There are a lot of benefits from whole school approach. The most important is the great sense of belonging for students. And there are a lot of key considerations about climate action projects. The school principal is a key person. The well-trained teachers are important. Dedicated facilitators also help, teaching resources and adequate long-term financing. Here there are some resources, educational resources about climate change, and I want to close with these points from Gerd Leonard, The Future of Education, How Reboot Education. We need to ask bizarre educations. We need to prepare our students to chaos with resilience, with project-based learning, holistic approach, art and science, and humanities. And this is my last slide with optimistic pictures of a project about forest and trees in a nursery school. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. I was a little surprised by the last point where it says that 75% of the jobs are not yet being invented. This means that there are going to be many changes in the planet and in the societies.
We invent our jobs.
We invent our jobs.
How prepared are our schools to invent our jobs?
That's very important. Any question from the audience?
Thank you. It was exactly on this point. Do you believe that schools are ready to promote the use of jobs generation? And if yes, how? I mean, because I was exactly curious about that. 30% was not invented yet, and we actually invent our, let's say, career, our jobs, our whatever. I mean, do you believe that schools are ready and teachers are ready to change their mind on that?
I think that we do critical steps in this state, but we have to change a lot in the culture of the schools. We have paradigms of open schools, of schools which collaborate. We have new changes in the curriculum with the skill workshops. We have opportunities, but we must do a lot of things in a little time, because things change so quickly, and schools are institutions that change slow.
Any other comment in the question? Well, if that's not the case, thank you, Maria, once again.
Thank you.
We are now moving to the second part of the first session, which is panel discussions with the members of the PULCHRA project. A specific question will be addressed to the panelists. And then by about 12:15, we will have a lunch break. Everybody is invited, of course, to the lunch break. It's going to be next door. So the first panel will be coordinated by Thalia, and the second one by Tassos. So Thalia, you take the floor and you organize the panel.
Hi everyone. The next session is a panel session, so I would like to invite some of the PULCHRA partners. The panel discussion on the themes climate challenges for cities and new learning needs for schools, the perspective of knowledge institutions. So I would like to invite Yifan Ban from KTH, Professor Yifan Ban, Professor Marco Contin from University of Udine, Professor Carl Snyder from University of Cologne, Professor Antonis Zorbas from the Open University of Cyprus, and Professor Premet Stitz from Charles University in Czech Republic, that he will participate through the online.
Hello, greeting. So the online participant is here.
I will with my mom. Here today.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'd like to say that all PULCHRA partners contributed to all PULCHRA stages, but they had also specific roles, such as University of Cologne developed the educational material for the PULCHRA project. KTH developed the evaluation plan and the evaluation of the whole project. The Open University of Cyprus developed the open learning courses that you can find with the education material in the PULCHRA platform. And the University of Udine monitoring, implementing successfully the city challenges, both rounds, first and the second of the PULCHRA project, the main core of the project. So we will have 2 rounds of questions, and when we after the the first round, you can ask questions. Also, the online participants, attendees, can write in the chat their questions. And we can start considering the PULCHRA project. Also, you can see here the questions. So, considering the PULCHRA concepts, materials, and products, such as the city challenges concepts, the open learning concept, what do you think the new elements in education has PULCHRA brought in as far as the topic climate change and cities is concerned? I will start with Carl. Please, you can tell us your thoughts for a couple of minutes.
All right, yeah, gladly. That's a very good, gladly. And I think this is a very good and timely question. First of all, I think the most important new element in education is the perception by schools that they work into the society and they get feedback from the society. The open schooling concept, I think, has inspired a lot new elements, and this, for instance, is facilitated in some schools. For instance, the Heinrich Heine Gymnasium in Cologne, through the LEAP learning exploring activity pathways, which are now built in schools. They exist in the city and they collaborate together. And we do not need to mention here anymore the Climate for Future movement. We are absolutely timely, well, maybe even too late, with these issues, but they are really, I would say, soaked up by the students because they are extremely interested in the topic. This is relevant for them, and they come up with, and I think this is an achievement which I did not expect so directly, they come up with new ideas, own ideas in their own living environment, addressing then the city. And I would say up to then, the learning experience was more, I need to collect information, and that's it for me. And now it's more, I can contribute to facilitate issues in more bigger terms, to contribute to transformation. And I think that is a particularly important element, which we could, of course, shed light in the details. Yeah, climate change drives this process.
Thank you very much, Carl. We can move on with Antonis. What tell us your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you, Kostas, for this amazing project that you coordinated with your team, totally successful during COVID situation. Well, I don't know how many of you are familiar with movies, and if you like movies, well, PULCHRA reminds me a very nice real movie with Antonio Banderas, Take the Lead. You remember that movie? Antonio Banderas was trying to actually involve his students in dance by taking them out from barriers, obstacles, problems that the society was facing. And at the end, the students, if you remember the last scene, they managed to put in a tango, that's actually tango it's only 2 people. Dancing with 3, and they win the gold medal at the end. So it's take the lead. And what we actually managed to do, I totally agree with the previous speaker, and because last week I was in Spain in a nice workshop, that I don't want to be rude, but we cannot stop climate change by default. Sorry for this, for saying that, Costas, but you know it better than me. We cannot. But what we can do is to take the lead and to mitigate and to take all those, let's say, students that we motivate them. If I took the examples from Cyprus, for example, what we have done, students, slowly, it was more or less the same games for other participants countries. Students put their mind to think and to realize what climate change is. This was the most important one. And not only through the activities of PULCHRA, but they took actions, they put themselves to work, they put themselves to think. So we developed critical thinking and critical knowledge. And more than that, they, at least, this is, I announced it officially now, was in this conference, but for twice, the participants in Cyprus, they win a gold medal in the Education and Literary Awards. The one was dealing with a game that we developed through the PULCHRA. So they put themselves to manage how waste, for example, can be treated, how waste can be reduced. They realize what example is the microclimate, how climate change affects microclimate. They put themselves to realize why mobility is important. Don't forget that this generation is living in a virtual world and some of them in a metaverse world. Meaning that, oh, suddenly I have to take out myself from this virtual world and to realize what climate change is. So I agree with Carl and with all of that. Yes, all the news ideas is the motivation for the next generation and for the school and for the entrepreneurs to take an actions and to mitigate, because we will never be able to stop climate change.
Thank you, Anton, very much. We can move on with Marco.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. Good morning, everybody. I just would like to speak about my experiences with the meeting, the schools that I could meet in Italy and my working in this project. I think from the feedback I got from the teachers, the new ideas of this project was just to force them in the open schooling system, just to see the topics that were already in the curricula, the topic of climate changes and mitigation and so on. But it was difficult for them to show the concrete application, the concrete problem to the student, and to move in this open schooling, so involving people outside of the school, stakeholders, scientists, was for them quite important to concretize the problem of climate change. So I think, for my experience, another thing that I would like to say is that schools are different according to different teachers and different motivation of the teacher. So it's quite, sometimes it's too general to speak about one entity so diverse, so wide, and made by very different experiences. But because teachers are, at the same time, are teachers and stakeholders. When they go home, they have children, and they are also, at the same time, they play in a different roles. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Talia. Good morning, everyone. I echo all the comments from our colleagues. I would also like to share some of my experiences participating in the PULCHRA project. To me, I think PULCHRA brought a lot of value to the local schools and the surrounding community in terms of highlighting climate change in cities and also how to encourage local actions and also nature-based solutions for cities. through the different city challenges activities. For example, in Stockholm, we run 2 different city challenges. One is on powering city without harming the environment, and that schools don't really have the the equipment or the expertise to run this kind of experiments. So we involved experts and stakeholders at the Postal Science, and they have small models of wind turbines, and they change wind speed, different parameters, and let students experiment what are the manufacturers, how to make it more effective. So this was one of the experiments, and really students find it very positive. Another one is that we are involved together with other stakeholders. We're remote sensing experts. So we brought in satellite images through Google Sinji. The students were looking at satellite images from 1990, 2000, 2010, 20, so 30 years of urbanization in Stockholm, Athens, Beijing. And they look at the images, and we derive the land surface temperature as well. They see the urban expansion, the environmental impact or climate impact in the city center become hotter, and they're able to draw transects through the cities. So you can see green water are cooler in the summer than built-up areas. So we asked them, to discuss what kind of nature-based solutions can be used to improve urban climate, urban summer conditions. I think these, students, schools, teachers have said, oh, we don't have the expertise. We never really thought about this. It's so amazing. We're going to bring the students back to this. So I think PULCHRA has made a very positive impact. So thank you.
So yes, we understand from your thoughts that the open school concept was the one that brought in new ways of teaching and supported the school and the students. So definitely. Yeah. Thank you very much. Now we're going to Preme.
Yeah. Hello. I hope you are. You can really listen me, hear me.
So we have
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me?
not yet.
Not yet.
Selves.
Yeah. Still not hear me.
You can hear you.
Yeah. If I try to set up my microphone better, or I'm not hear me.
We can hear you, Prema.
No. So thank you for invitation me. So if you can hear me, you can confirm it. I would like to. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for confirmation. So first of all, how to say, concerning PULCHRA or open schooling and climate change, it's important to realize that climate change topic is not really trivial and interdisciplinary topic, and it's not easy and simple to introduce it in teaching in the school, and the open schooling is very suitable approach to implement and try to implement and explain this aspect, and PULCHRA bringing local aspect of this climate change it's very important, not just to speak and discuss global problematic, but for community and students it's very important to look at the local and surrounding of its environment. So that's I think important, and in my experiences that was very important to learn and to study how to communicate and how to report the results of the project. It's extremely important to share and start to teaching students and teachers how to reporting and how to communicate with stakeholders and end users. So, and last but not the least, how to say, the modern technologies, for example, the Earth observations or modern apps with modern and perspective data. For example, the remote sensing data, it was very important and very good driver for interesting in climate change. Yeah, so that's my comments and notice. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. So Talia, floor is yours. I finished my comments.
Thank you, Premek. Thank you, Premek. Right.
Okay, by then learning in the own school environment, in the open schooling concept, that led to action. And I think that makes a very big difference, that the schooling was not just there to complete the next exam, but to link the school curriculum and the knowledge acquisition, then to competence building and to concrete activities, for instance, suggestions to green a school garden. That is something very concrete. And I think that makes a strong difference. And what makes a strong difference motivationally is if they hit the newspaper, the students very much appreciated that they were visible.
Thanks, Carl. Thank you all of you for this first round. Does anyone have a question? Or from the online participation sessions? No? Okay, we can move to the next round. Now I can't show the question, doesn't matter. In order to start with Premek again. So, Premek, was it possible to address the topic more effectively through the open schooling concept?
Yeah.
Are you? We have to unmute.
Listen me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can hear.
Yeah. So I would say that if open schooling and implementations of in curricula of school, it's how to say, it's was a good examples to look at some complex and really not trivial topic try to implement in the school, because for example in my country there is quite strictly divided the courses in subjects, and if you would like to how to say to teach or solve some interdisciplinary and not trivial topic is really not easy to implement it in school. And so this PULCHRA and open open schooling system or a project-based oriented teaching, it's very good for how to say, to be stressed and try to be implemented. This really serious and really important topic. So that's first my comment. What was really good and how and urban areas. It's really very sensitive, and it is very good example how climate change impacted the environment as well as the society. So that's next important point from this point of view, and of course if something to be improved or to be analyzed and studied, it's important to be in some cooperation and cooperations with community, schools, experts and stakeholders or decision makers are very important. And in my experiences, the students really appreciate it to solve some project linking in with end users and stakeholders, and they have been really motivated to be active in this project. So that's all now from my point of view.
Thank you very much, Premek. We can move on with Ivan, your host.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the answer to the question is definitely yes. I believe the urban schooling has contributed significantly to enhance the learning in the school environment, and also being students actively participating in the city challenges have brought in significant value in their learning. It's not just another, school class. It's something as other school topic curriculum or can be linked, but it's action-based. I think they have a stronger impression in terms of learning, and also with the participation of experts, stakeholders, and the community. And they also see how their actions can improve adapt to climate change in cities. I think these are all very positive soon because of the open schooling concept. In terms of obstacles and challenges, I would say during the PULCHRA project, we have funding, we have coordinated activities and everything. My concern is what's going to be after this, right? So from our side, we'll keep on trying to deliver the city challenges. We're collaborating with the House of Science. We'll continue on that. We have made a commitment, donating our personal time, but long term, maybe not all of us having the time and resources to deliver, and how to keep this going. I think that, to me, that's the main challenge. So in terms of recommendation, definitely I would recommend to try to continue the PULCHRA efforts with another EU funding or some other source of funding to keep this going.
Thank you very much. We can move with Michael. Move on.
Thank you, Tanya. Well, the open schooling was largely accepted and from the schools and from the teachers. The teachers were very happy to apply. At the beginning was something difficult to explain for some of them. Not all of them were prepared. Some of them was a bit difficult to explain what was expected. Step by step challenges. But especially for the schools that are working in a small communities or small towns, it was much easier to, in the final part, in the exploitation and the involvement of the local administrators. So the local administrators have been involved in the last part of the project, and this was quite impressive for the students, both, and for the teachers, that they could have this feedback from this part of political part that quite rare. They look at the school as an active role in the society or in the urban ecosystem. In general, they look at the school as a passive. Just they go to the school to say what the school they should teach or this. So, this, in my opinion, this was a very important part of the project.
It gave an opportunity to the school to be at the center, not passive, to take action.
To become active, yes, to take action. And this is, from the teaching point of view, very strong, because give the opportunity to show the students that the student can do something. Yeah.
Now can I go to our comments?
Yes, thank you, Talia. Taking the floor from Marco, yes, we must push students to take action. This is true, and to do something. So through PULCHRA, we manage to share, let's say, sustainability issues and knowledge. We put scholars to collaborate with civil society, with communities, with other schools that they didn't know it, which is very, very important considering COVID situation, especially in case of Cyprus. I think also we manage, and the colleagues we managed to do all our, let's say, meetings in a physical. We found some spaces and we go through the COVID situation and we managed to do it. Well, and what we realized, students were very, very enthusiastic when they collaborate with other schools, and actually we try to push them, who's going to do this better, who's going to do this better, and so on. And I remember in once that we invite the Minister of Mobility in Cyprus, two schools that they are dealing with mobility issues. The minister spent, let's say, more than an hour to listen to them and to take some actions. And believe me, in the case of one school from my area, I took actions and they fixed things immediately. So can we go better? Of course. Aim higher. I mean, and if our target is big, then our effort should be bigger. However, I think we cannot only focus on students. We must find a way to motivate teachers. Whatever you will say to a student, let's say he will do it, she will do it because my teacher asked me to do it. But if 35%, Mrs. Dimopoulou didn't discover yet. So I cannot accept that a teacher, which is, let's say, 30 years in a school, and he will be retired in the next 5 years or 7 years or 10 years, she has the ability to motivate the new generation that is using this smart equipment all the time. So what we need living labs, we need gamified approach to engage them on. We must design whatever we would like to design and promote in a gaming, let's say, a way. All of them, they are using this and they touch, they learn something, they do something. So this could be an option. Of course, we can go to the platform, we can see a lot of things. We can design, let's say, and promote. If I ask everybody in these clubs what is SDGs, I don't know if they know the acronym. They know it, Sustainable Development Goals. But if I ask the students, give me an example of each one SDG, they will think twice. So, but if we design something to engage them through gaming approach of this equipment, then using this equipment, then we'll be able to continue PULCHRA, because PULCHRA, thank you, Carl, from this amazing acronym. In Latin, it means beautiful. Thank you very much. we must design their beautiful world. So this is from my point of view, and discussing with my team at the Open University of Cyprus, and because Iliana is with me today, she's dealing with a gamified approach for the next generation. So it's something that I think is the future for them, but also we must engage without obstacles and barriers, because taking out all the, let's say, formal things that teachers are thinking about to taught and so on. We must motivate teachers to motivate the next generation.
Yes, I agree with what have been said before, but maybe I go back to the original question and look at the word effectively. First, if I look at effectively from the headmaster's perspective, they often look at it as achievements in measurables. I cannot comment on that because we have not measured this, but it is important to look at this from the perspective also of these metrics which matter to the headmaster against their headmasters. Again, if I look at competence building, it's a clear yes. And that was the main goal of PULCHRA, to look at competence building which link global issues like sustainable development goals. I would even give the thesis that sustainable development goals were perceived as something out there in the world. Doesn't matter to me. Something which does not affect me. And this has changed through PULCHRA, to see that these sustainable development goals have a local impact and how that can be translated. And these different projects show that the translations, if it is heat and flood, urban transport, understanding of the physical processes, all these relate to these sustainable development goals. So yes, the open schooling concept and the PULCHRA concept has, I think, made a very big impact there. If I look at obstacles, one of the obstacles which was particularly difficult at the beginning is the perceived rigid timescale. Well, maybe I should skip the word perceived, because I think it is often a rigid timescale in schools, where they say, okay, do I need to add something to it? And to break that perception that it is not only, that it must not be adding, it can be complementary. It can be weaved into the system with a new teaching approach, which then might even open up new teaching concepts like cross-disciplinary teaching, let's say between math, physics, and geography, for instance. So the tight curricula and these metrics of achievement, they, I think, were particularly perceived as difficult to handle, and many schools have dealt with that very well. That leads me to recommendations to find a way that these good practice approaches are visible to the other schools. Learn from the examples of different schools. I heard that in Cyprus, obviously, the schools collaborate tightly, even compete with each other. I would not say that this is necessarily the case in Cologne. They do their own business, but they do not look too much left and right unless teachers know each other. If they have a link, they will, of course, exchange. And one thing that I would say with respect to recommendations, there are teachers now becoming very active in that idea, developing new materials. Again, I think we should look into it, how we can make that visible and sustain PULCHRA in the future as a, let's say, school-based approach run by the schools, where the schools take some, let's say, ownership of this program and develop it further.
Yes, thank you, Carl, for focusing the word effectively. That reminds me, actually, we, KDH, headed the working package 13 is on evaluation and impact assessment. Actually, we do have measures coming from the project, we evaluated the educational material, all the aspects of open schooling, from educational material to city challenges to city challenge platforms, PULCHRA apps. Did I miss anything else? So yeah, so all the dimensions we have measured, and we gave questionnaire to the teachers, students, stakeholders, and we have received very positive feedbacks. I would say this have demonstrated PULCHRA has been very effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you, all of you. Can I have a last comment? Last comment. I would like to say that the open schooling also supports school to focus on the solution and not only to the problem of the climate change. That is very important. Thank you. Do you have any questions? Line? Oh, thank you. And that's the second panel discussion.
So after the very interesting first panel of discussion, which included 5 universities, we'll know that the universities tend to be more theoretical. So the second panel consists of non-governmental organizations, which are usually more practical things. So the main topic it is how to communicate climate change to young generation. What is the perspective of NGOs? So I will quickly introduce our panelists, giving them the time to join me to the table. So this session panel consists of Ms. Lenka Klekier, who is the coordinator of the European Regional Office of the GLOBE program, and a member of TEREZA Educational Center, which is a non-governmental organization in Czech Republic. We also have Ms. Eileen Bright, who is the Global Ireland Coordinator and a member of UNTAS, a non-governmental organization active in the areas of the environment and heritage in Ireland. We also have Ms. Ines Lepina, a board member of Children's Environmental School in Latvia, an NGO for the environment and education. And finally, we have Ms. Elżbieta Polońska-Wiśniewska, who is the Director for Education and Geoformation at GRID Warsaw, an NGO that implements the mission of the United Nations Environmental Programme in Poland. So I think that we are ready. As in the previous panel discussion, there will be two rounds of questions. You can ask questions at the end, then our online attendees can ask questions via the chat. So I'm going to start the discussion with the following question. You can see it in the slide. How close is the topic climate change in cities to the curriculum of the schools? If it's not that close, is there a need to be better linked to the school program? And if so, how can it be accomplished? All of our panelists have huge experience working with schools and young people in various environmental projects. They did that also in the PULCHRA project, of course, and successfully coordinated the implementation of the project in their countries. So we look forward to hear their thoughts on this topic. I'm going to start with Lenka to give us her thoughts for the next few minutes. But before Lenka starts, let me say that Lenka and the rest of the TEREZA team are the ones that created the wonderful PULCHRA handbook of young reporters. You can find it in our website. And they have published the PULCHRA School News issues. The last issue of the PULCHRA School News is printed and included in a folder you gave you in the morning. So please, Lenka.
So first, let me thank you, Kostas, Talia, and Tassos, for this wonderful opportunity to learn from each other experience from PULCHRA project. And so I will share the experience from Czech Republic, where
unfortunately, the topic of urban environment and climate in cities is not really linked to the school curricula. It's teacher address different parts of this topic, different teams within different subjects, but it's not like a interdisciplinary topic in school, unfortunately. On the other hand, we can see that there is big demand for this topic, because just this morning I read the results of some public research, public opinion research, and it showed that while Czech society is quite divided in different topics, the climate change is something that unifies everyone. Everyone is concerned about climate and thinks that it should be addressed more and something more should be done. So we have this situation, but we don't have really experience in school. And PULCHRA was a great start for this. We gained great experience. And one specific experience from PULCHRA was connecting teachers of different subjects who normally would work separately, but for PULCHRA they connected, and it provided opportunity for students to spend more time on this subject, address it from different point of view. They could write articles in English lesson, they could study some biological aspects of urban environment. So this was a great experience, and it was really valued also by the teachers. And so this is something that we need to bring to schools more. And I think it's important to have examples from PULCHRA to be shared with teachers to show them that such projects are possible and are actually effective and working. And then I want to share one more experience, and it's about taking students outdoors. So this is something that many schools in Czech Republic did. They took students out to the city, let them look around, let them think about what problems they see, what they like in the city, what they don't like in the city. And this was like a starting point for their project. So I think this is also very important as a motivation for students to choose the problem, to see the problem in reality, and then be able to come with a solution.
Thank you, Lenka. The next thoughts will come from Eileen. Eileen is our communication leader in the PULCHRA project. Everything you see in our social media is managed by the Untitled team, as well as the PULCHRA project news issue that you can find at the PULCHRA website. Then the fourth issue, I think, is just released, or the third.
It's the third.
The third issue is just released. You can find it in our website. So you have the floor. Eileen.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me today. Yes, I'm one of a team, so thank you for the introduction. We're lucky to have several people working on PULCHRA in our Antashka office. So I will just talk a little bit about my experiences in Ireland with PULCHRA. You know, when we think about the curriculum, really in Ireland, it's the NGOs that are providing that environmental education to date. It, of course, has been a small part, you know, for climate change in the geography and the social studies curriculum. But now things are changing. There's going to be a new course at secondary level. So these are like 16 to 18-year-olds. And it's called Climate Action and Sustainable Development. And I think the key word there is it's climate action, not climate change. And it's linked then with sustainable development. So this will be rolled out in schools over the next couple of years. One aspect that I keep, thinking about in my mind, and I think it came up earlier when Maria was speaking, and that's about teacher training. The teachers are a little nervous about taking on this new subject. They don't feel fully equipped. And so that's going to be, a challenge going forward. And also, I think something that was touched on was facilitating. So this is what kind of comes back to PULCHRA that we found when we were coordinating the PULCHRA project in Ireland, that really the whole idea of open schooling is really powerful. The challenge there was encouraging teachers to make those connections and those links with local government and key stakeholders. I think this approach should be used as part of this climate action and sustainable development new curriculum in schools. But I wonder how we are going to facilitate that. I think I was really, pleased to read about this because they specifically mentioned engaging local communities and local government as part of this subject. And I thought to myself, well, that is exactly PULCHRA. That's what we've been doing. But I realized that myself and my team spent a lot of time trying to make those key links with stakeholders. So I would love PULCHRA to have a voice when it comes to these curriculum changes in countries and how we can add our voice to that process of trying to develop these courses. And I hope that through everything we've learned here, that we can come up with some key sort of learnings or messages that we can communicate at the government level to try and have some influence over course development. So that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. So now we'll ask Ines to give us her thoughts about the topic of discussion. During the PULCHRA project, Bern with the Scholar organized the PULCHRA Open Schooling Network at the early stages of the project. So, Ines, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tassos, and thank you, Greek team, for this wonderful conference. What I will say is compilation of comments from schools. We asked those questions to our schools before this conference, and so it's directly ground level, grassroots level answers. But first, I should explain some basic background or context that the PULCHRA project was held in Latvia during the huge curriculum reform ongoing in that time. The reform goal is to completely change learning in schools to competency-based learning and to very integrated learning. So it wasn't just in a moment with PULCHRA project. And another important content, of course, was COVID pandemic, and all struggling with everything the same in your countries. And the challenge is to find time to realize this new curriculum, to realize this new project in a challenging COVID times. But looking to teachers' answers to the questions we asked them, seems that it targeted and it fit very, very well, because the answer is that PULCHRA project, working in a PULCHRA project, helped to bring science in a city, out in the streets, and in an opposite way, to bring science, cities in a science. And teachers see that there was very good connections and very easy connections to biology, to natural science subjects, to physics, and to chemistry. And not only those science subjects, but also to social science regarding to SDGs, and to impact climate change will make to different societies. And also they realized that very useful was and very valuable was input from experts to help to learn those important content. So yes, and the project made possible to talk more frequently about this climate change topic, and in very different subjects in schools.
Thank you, Nessa. The last panelist for this round is Ella. Ella and the rest of the GRID workshop team were responsible for the city challenges themes of our project. All the topics that all the schools worked with come from GRID workshop. And of course, they set the requirements for the development of the PULCHRA science teams at the early stage of the project. So, Ella, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, so actually the project was implemented just in the middle of quite huge discussion in Poland about climate change education. And actually we have, first of all, we have this great movement of climate strike in people. And the first thing they said, that we want to have climate education in school directly. That was their first request. Then in the last year, we also had an initiative of a roundtable for climate education going on. There were also some recommendations about that. And still there was a discussion going on, okay, if we talk about climate education in school, whether this should be a separate topic, a separate subject, or things which would be implemented or put in different subjects. And then, of course, we need to be prepared to implement them as an interdisciplinary approach. Because right now, when you go for the curricula and you put climate change into the search box, you won't find anything. I mean, it's not there. What teachers do, they try to implement, try to incorporate this topic into their teaching by themselves. And of course, they face the challenges related to lack of their knowledge and so on. And so teacher training, which was also mentioned. So I believe that the PULCHRA project was a great example of what we can do, whether we have climate change in the curricula or not. This interdisciplinary approach, as it was already mentioned, the PULCHRA project gave a great opportunity to link teachers from different subjects and to show them that this cooperation can be really easy. I mean, the city topic, when you have school in the city, actually, it's your surrounding, is the place you live in, you teach in. It's really easy to do this kind of education, and it's not rocket science. And it's also really, really needed. Actually, this year we also made kind of small research within UNEP GRID Warsaw, which was related to I just wanted to get to know what is the level of students' knowledge related to climate change and the water issues particularly. And to be honest, the results were for us, it was maybe not a surprise, but it was a confirmation that this kind of education is really needed. I mean, young people are eager to act. They want to act. You can see it everywhere. You can see climate strikes in the streets, and they really want to make a change. But on the other hand, when we go back to the knowledge, we see that there's a really great lack of it. I mean, they want to be engaged, they want to be involved, but if you ask them why you go out to the street, what you want to achieve, they are a little bit lost. I mean, they don't know exactly what's going on. I mean, they know something about the climate changing and all the threats and the challenges behind that. But they're really, there's a great mixture of topics. For example, the simplest example, when we talk about the reasons for climate change, usually they completely mix things of air quality, climate change issues, and they are lost. They are really lost. So this kind of project, they are really needed to show them, first of all, to give them knowledge, and then to let them act. So for PULCHRA project, we provided everything. We provided knowledge, we provided methods, tools, and we also gave them a space to act and to implement the things they got to know and what was the result of their discussion. We made them the room to implement it in their environment and also to get the feedback from people living there. for us in UNEP GRID Warsaw, that was the very first project, which was maybe not the very first, but I think the biggest one in recent years, the biggest project with the open schooling approach, and it was a really great experience for us. First of all, we thought that maybe we would need to help schools to reach their community or their stakeholders, and we were so greatly surprised by the fact that actually they did it themselves. I mean, we just talked to them and say, okay, you can reach your mayor or the city council. You can try to talk to business, to expert, and so on. And then after a few months, we find out that they had so great network of stakeholders involved that it was also a very, very nice experience. So it's also the confirmation that they really want to act. They simply need a kind of guideline, small guidelines. So, well, I think that's coming back to the question. When there is no climate change topic in the curricula, but it's not the reason for us not to implement it in education. We can do it one way or another if we want to. So this willingness to do that is the greatest motivation.
Thank you, Ella. This was our first round of discussion. We had a lot of things about ongoing talks about curriculum reforms that will include climate change on the curriculum. It seems that PULCHRA project came just in time for this in a lot of countries. So, are there any questions about this topic? You will have the chance for questions at the end of the discussion. So I'm going to move to the next round. Could you please change the slide to the next? Okay. Salia did it. Okay. So our second question is it possible to address the topic of climate change and cities more effectively through the learning by doing concept? Can you give us, from your experience, any examples or obstacles or recommendations? So this time I will follow the opposite order, and I'm going to start with Ella. So Ella, what are your thoughts about the learning by doing concept?
Well, I would say that it's not even possible, it's needed, essential to do it, to teach about these topics by doing. Because otherwise it's just there's knowledge provided for students. So yeah, they need to have. I mean, when we project our activities, we have 4 things which we always include in the project. So first of all, we think about how to provide the knowledge. That was the thing that I mentioned. How to provide the knowledge needed, because we know that there's always a lack of it, and not only among students, but also among teachers. Now that they finished, they graduated from the universities sometimes a long time ago, and they still need to update themselves. So we should help them to do that. So first, the knowledge. That's the thing we want to have. We want to have tools which are attractive for students. So, for example, within PULCHRA project, some of the teams, for example, use Minecraft to do the project, to visualize the surrounding of their school and present how they change that. So they had the opportunity to visualize their results or to make a research using the tools that they are attractive to them. And they use it in their everyday lives, but maybe sometimes for other purposes like Minecraft. They would play usually that. But school PULCHRA project, they use it another way around. So the second thing is the tools, the methods. And the third thing is the motivation. So in this project, that's why we wanted those challenges, the city challenges. We wanted to be as close to our students as possible, to touch the things that they face every day in their life, when they go outside, when they go to school, come back home, and so on. things they read about in the newspaper. Like, for example, right now in Poland, we will be facing still quite a huge rise of the prices of the power, of electricity. So when we talk about efficiency of the buildings, we can relate to that. It's their everyday life. When you have the raise of the prices of the electricity by 100%, well, you will really feel that in your pocket. So that's the thing around the motivation, the background why we talk about it. And the last thing is it's the space that we give them to act. That's also the thing I mentioned earlier. So so they have, when they get the knowledge, when they have tools, when they have the motivation to act, they can really act. So this is this doing today. And that's also why most of the projects in Poland, they were implemented in the school background. So it's not because they don't care about the rest of the city. It's because that's the place which is the closest to them. And when they take care of this part of the city, they can go further and they can expand. But in the first step, they took care of their own surrounding. So the PULCHRA project is really a great example of learning by doing. And as I mentioned, it's not needed. It's essential to do it that way. So if we don't put science into action, we will just talk about it, and there's no, it doesn't make much sense really to talk about. Yeah, just don't talk, just do it.
Thank you, Ella. So let's move to Inese to give us her opinion about this. So Inese, you have the floor.
Yeah, completely agree with what Ella said. And to add this, the answer from our teachers to this question was definitely yes. That practical learning helped to understand these theoretical questions more meaningful, and helped to connect theory with practice. And one great example is that even such practical thing that making outdoor stands for information about biodiversity in a city gives understanding about materials, which materials students need to use for such stands, what is the best construction, how do materials perform in different weather conditions, how to protect them, and so on. Such a lot of practical things and knowledge. And also, of course, making such stands students very easily to find necessary information for stands about local biodiversity, about local conditions, connected with local experts, learn to use different information tools and bases to make those stands more attractive, and even visual teachers, art teachers, helped them to make the stands more attractive. And so also another project will be presented today about school hackathon is another great example of how practical doing help to understand these complex, very complex questions about climate change. So our answer is definitely yes. It helps.
Thank you, Inese. Now, Eileen will share her thoughts on this topic.
Thank you. It's really interesting hearing everyone's comments here. I can't agree more. The answer, from our perspective, is definitely yes. But I'd say that really it's yes with the idea that you are going outdoors and making sort of simple observations, around your environment. And that's also at the core of GLOBE, which will be closely linked with. I think what this really does, and what I hope we have achieved through PULCHRA, is that the students are really engaging with the scientific process. And through this, they're hopefully building trust in science, which is really important at the moment, that they can actually trust the scientists that are speaking about climate change and what we must do now at this point. So I think that was really important, but also maybe something that's not spoken as much about is that kind of connection with nature and connection with your surroundings, that the more time that the students spend outside, surrounded by our beautiful neighborhoods, and they always identify something really beautiful, even in a very densely populated area. There can be nice gardens or little spots that are particularly interesting to students. So having them form this connection, the combination of building trust in science and then having that connection with the outdoors and the environment, I think really helps them feel motivated to try to do something about it when they identify an issue. So that would be kind of the second part of that, with the learning by doing, was turning maybe some of their observations. Like in Ireland, we had many schools measure pollution, air pollution around their schools, and they identified kind of hotspots where there was high levels of pollution. And then this worried them more because they're thinking, well, we want to be outside more. This is an area we play. What can we do to change this? And I know one school in particular did a really fantastic job by getting in touch with their local government. And they actually were able to change the traffic patterns around their school by placing bollards to keep cars away from these playing areas, like right adjacent to the school. So this is just really powerful. And this is a great example of getting the students outdoors, first of all, get them to make basic observations, try to get them to think scientifically about it. So then you have data to support your observations. You go to your local government, here are the numbers, here are the observations, can you help us? And then that, I think, inspires the government level kind of solutions oriented approach. So yeah, I think being able to work more closely with schools and see the full life cycle of a project like this was really powerful. So big yes from me.
Thank you, Eileen. So Lenka will be our last panelist to speak about it. So Lenka.
Yeah, thank you. And I will add another yes. Yeah, I completely agree with all that was said here. And for us, it was really important to see the complexity of the cycle of the cycle of the project. So there was the science part of it, learning about the reality in the environment. There was the option to choose the topic, and a lot was said about it, so I will not repeat, but I would like to highlight the last part, the communication, which I think was very, for many schools in Czech Republic, it was very innovative. The schools, they often do a lot, have a great project, but it stops there. They don't have the opportunity, they perhaps don't have the experience or the time to talk about what they do. And I think for many schools, this was something new. And we could see that it was so important for the teachers and for the students, and especially for the students, the possibility to share their findings, their experience, and go to the municipality, go to a conference and talk about it, and be heard, be accepted, and have the voice. So I think this is very important, to give the voice to students and to let them experience the fact that they can change things, that they can talk about the things, and perhaps it's something small like changing something in the school garden, but this is the first step. So next time it can be something bigger. So we had a lot of positive feedback on this. It was a great experience.
Thank you, Lenka. I think that the same experience we also have here in Greece. Schools really like to bring everyday life problems, to connect them basically with science in the schools surrounding, firstly because they feel more safe and they care about it a lot more. So yeah, I have the same thoughts about these topics. So now it's time for questions, and please check if someone from the chat has any question. Do you have any question? Marcus?
No, not
Yeah.
really a question. It's just
A comment, yeah.
a comment to highlight the role of communication. I think you said correctly, sometimes missing of time, because frequently it's just simply missing of time. I think for the whole process, for the complete process, it's very important to force students and teachers to complete the communication part, because I think, in my opinion, my point of view, in this period we are in the era of communication. Everything has to be communicated and communicated in a correct way, very short, very focused, and fast to read and to realize. So I think they should be implemented, and probably we need more to include in the curriculum also how to communicate, not only climate changes, and how to communicate everything and this aspect. Okay, that's
Go. Yeah, Carl has a comment.
A short question. The curricula are linked to disciplines. In which disciplines was PULCHRA mostly geography? Could we facilitate making links to other disciplines as well?
Yeah, I can start about the Greek schools. Also, chemistry research participated in the project with nice things, and biology, and of course physics.
science.
Science in general, yeah.
You mentioned physics. That's a funny thing because in our case in Poland, those issues related to climate change, that they are mostly mentioned in physics curricula because of the atmosphere issues and things like that. But in the PULCHRA project, we had maybe one physics teacher, so geographers, biologists, chemistry teachers mostly, some English teachers, social sciences, and also some art teachers, so on. But the physics was not really represented. That was a kind of surprise for us when we thought about that. But maybe because of the challenges the school chose, some of them were more linked to physics, this one with the buildings and the efficiency, energy efficiency of the buildings. And some of the challenges that was chosen by our schools, they were more linked into construction of the environment, but yeah, the biology and with the green structure issues and so on. So maybe it's also the reason why we didn't have so many.
Like to add something?
Okay, Remek has raised his hand, so we have to connect with.
Yeah, thanks. I would have a comment and concerning the effectiveness of implementation of climate change in the teachings. So in my opinion, it's extremely important and recommended to create a cooperations of schools, NGOs and universities. Yeah, because in my experiences, teachers really need the support for implementation of this complex topic, and they need not just short time but long-term support. And for example, this kind of project as a PULCHRA, it was very important that together with NGO TEREZA and Charles University, we have been able to provide really several years support of teachers, and that was, in my opinion, successful, that we persuade teacher based on this how to say help and support to start thinking and cooperate with students on this topic. So that's my comment. How is important to cooperation of NGOs, universities, schools, and stakeholders, and to be stressed to how to say maintenance and support of teachers, not just short or just organize workshop, but it's really needed long-term support for implementations of this topic.
Thank you, Premek. Yeah, but we will support your ideas on that. Schools need the support, and I think that the PULCHRA consortium provided this the past 3 years with the cooperation of universities, NGOs, and creating all this stuff that everyone can find on the PULCHRA website, the PULCHRA platform, and in general the concept of the PULCHRA project. Are there any other comments or questions? No? Okay, so this was the second panel discussion of the day. Now a very interesting session starts, which is the lunch break for 1 hour. We'll be back, a little change to the schedule, we'll be back on 13:45, so we'll have 1 hour break, and we'll be back here with, I think, the most interesting part of today's workshop, the school presentation. So the lunch is at the end of the room.
In the
Yeah, we're shortening the yeah, if you want, okay, but because Miruna will present all the schools, no need again. Okay. Βάλω το έχουμε το lunch break.
εσείς σας βάζω για να βγείτε στο WebEx. Τώρα, okay. Hi again. We will start with the school session, the presentations from schools. We will have a change in the program. We will start with the in-person presentations from the two Greek schools. First, Asakio School and then Gitonas High School. So the floor is yours, Teacher Evdokia Papatsilianakou.
Hello, I'm Evdokia Papatsilianakou, Director and Chemistry Teacher in the first Asakio Gymnasium School. Until last year, I was working in the first Asakio High School, one of the schools of the Society for the Promotion of Education and Learning. My colleagues and I are very grateful to Professor Konstantinos Cartalis for giving us the opportunity through the PULCHRA program to broaden our horizons regarding our teaching approach of sciences, technology, mathematics, literature, and arts. Today on the panel are my colleagues Sofia Kalokerinou, who is a physics teacher, and Evita Papastoichi, who is an English teacher. First Asakio Lykio participated in the PULCHRA program, building in two phases. In phase one, we have to investigate, along with a group of 17 students, the impact of our school on the identity of our city. And in phase two, along with a group of 30 students, we looked into the impact of climate change on the life of our city. The ideal city must have a balance between growth, quality of life, climate, and human values. Aesthetic upgrade should not be the direct goal. First, emphasis must be placed on the human factor as an individual and as a social group. Citizens must be sensitized and actively participate so that they will form opinions, plan and decide on the future of their city and implement actions that will improve the current reality centered on urban sustainable development and the promotion of quality of life. It is a great honor for us and very important that our school is a member of the PULCHRA school network. With the collaborations that we developed within the school or with other schools and institutions, but also with various social and scientific bodies, our students had the opportunity to experience processes by which they improve their skills, become members of groups, form opinions and initiatives. Through modern technologies, they gain knowledge and power so that they can be developed into responsible citizens of the world. The PULCHRA project is part of the Open Schooling Together program and a big step both for us and for our students that allows us to put our visions into practice and to introduce new innovative methods of teaching science. Our experience during the implementation of the two phases of the program proved to us that Opening Schooling Together is an inspiring program which highlights students' special skills and gives them the opportunity to develop collaboration with universities, research centers, companies, and more. In this way, they realize the importance of science in life. Our school's educational profile focuses on three pillars: specialization, documentation, and vision. The application of the scientific method as a tool for the teaching practice in secondary education is a strategy that aims to excite students and reveal the educational needs of both students and teachers. Through this method, a student, instead of being a spectator of a teacher orator and memorizing theories, is the protagonist of teaching and learning scenarios, through which he discovers the knowledge himself, formulates hypotheses, conclusions, and suggestions for the future. At our school, an effort is made to establish a strong link between teaching and learning. We hope that most of our students consider themselves lucky to live in the school environment that we have created for them, and that we are constantly improving by evaluating our teaching and pedagogical practices. The teachers design and direct original and unconventional scenarios in order to encourage students' initiatives and collaborations and to cultivate adolescents' innate curiosity to explore the world. It is obvious that our school policy is directly related to the goals and expectations of opening schooling together. The ideal city must strike a balance amongst growth, quality of life, climate, and human values. Aesthetic upgrading should not be the primary goal. Human factor on an individual and social level must come first. The students' work focused on the natural and artificial environment of a city, and through these assignments, they realize how education at school level and the development of ideas can have a direct impact on the environment. Open science schooling is a useful tool for teaching science. The impact of PULCHRA on the school community was impressive, mainly due to the willingness of the students who presented high quality work. Innovation, inspiration, and invention are the three main learning objectives of the project. In the context of the second phase of the program, we created the educational activity City and Climate Change, recognizing and evaluating the role of materials to reduce temperature in collaboration with Professor Konstantinos Cartalis and the members of his team, physicists, PhD candidates, Mr. Anastasios Polidoros, Mrs. Konstantina Koutroumanu, and Mr. Elias Agathangelidis. The activity was developed as follows. A description of the experimental process was made in the Natural Science Lab for the objectives of research, followed by a field of experiment in the yard of our school with 6 5-member groups of students, where the students used thermal radiometers to measure the temperature of the soil, cement, vegetation, and water. Then the students processed the experimental data in the science lab, and each group made a graph recording temperature measurements for various materials. A discussion followed where proposals and conclusions were made. Through this program, we discovered the importance of practice in order to enable creative thinking. We developed methods in order to assist people with special needs. We related every subject we studied to real life, and we created a database to recall knowledge from the past and from the experience of everyday life in a city. Some of the proposals and ideas that make our school sustainable through the Open Science Schooling project are to collaborate with more institutions and, if conditions allow, authorize our students to conduct specialized experiments, attend lectures, and generally interact with individuals from a variety of science-related careers, to deal with biodegradable pollution, to manage domestic waste, water, food, fats and oils, medicines, to make sports more accessible to citizens, to highlight arts and culture in the city, to educate teachers about open schooling. Open schooling is an evolving project, always in progress. It has been created by the interaction between teachers, stakeholders, and learners. It is directly connected to experiment. The participants are actively involved in the whole procedure. Through this method, both teachers and students improve. Our results are the outcome of a 35-year teaching experience. Open Science Schooling through the PULCHRA project supports our school to become an agent of a sustainable community. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so right now we'll invite the students and teachers from Gitonas High School in Greece to take the floor.
Our school, Udine High School, participates in PULCHRA. Oh, sorry. Okay. So our school, Udine High School, participates in PULCHRA. As part of this program, our school, during the first year of participation, chose to work on the topic Buildings for the Future City and Recycling Circular Economy the second year. During the program, we engaged in a number of activities. One of them was to measure different surface temperatures in our schoolyard in our attempt to find out about the relation that the surface temperature has with the material that the surface is made of. Our purpose was to discover how the Earth's soil surface affects its surface temperature. So we used cloud identification, air temperature, and surface temperature. We used a handheld infrared thermometer, cloud chart, and an air thermometer. Okay, it's fine. It just shows the process, how we measure, so it's okay. It also shows a table where we have our results and more detailed information such as date, time, and air temperature, and the average value of each material. So using the average values, we had as a result the following diagram. And the conclusions that aroused are the following. Natural grass has the lowest surface temperature, and that is the reason of improving the microclimate of a region. Natural grass protects the ground cover, prevents the storm water, and eliminates the ground ceiling. Bare ground has distinctly higher surface temperature from natural grass, but lowest from artificial grass, asphalt, and turf. The turf has the highest surface temperature of all the others we have measured. Also, bodies with dark color and non-porous parts in the structure that contribute to the ceiling are expected to have high surface temperature and burden on the microclimate of an area. Those materials, such as the above, have to be avoided in a built-up urban environment because it is expected to increase urban heat with direct negative impacts on health and welfare of citizens. Then we uploaded the data we collected on the GLOBE website. The chart above compares our ground observation to data from corresponding satellites.
Thank you, Natalia. Moving to this year's project, which was based on the idea of circular economy, also known as bioeconomy. So this year, the issue of plastic concerned us a lot, and for this reason, we would like to introduce you our bioplastic. We manufacture plastic from polymers, which is a type of molecule. The plastic materials that we use every day are created from petrochemical sources and fossil fuels, which contribute to climate change, as well as the fact that they are non-biodegradable. In contrast to this, a new material has been invented by engineers and scientists called bioplastic, that is made from renewable sources of biomass, and bioplastics are biodegradable. So this impressed our team a lot, and it concerned us a lot, and it made us wondering if it is actually possible to compose bioplastic from natural sources. So we conducted this experiment. As you can see the photos, with the guidance of our teachers, we made bioplastic from potato starch. So we extracted starch from potatoes. We added water, hydrochloride, and glycerol, and we made this mixture that you can see in the photos. And our purpose was to create a plastic bag. So we spread the mixture on a plexiglass sheet, as you see. However, we have to admit that we weren't actually able to create the bag. We failed. However, we did manage to create some samples that you see in the photo that were satisfying. We may have failed, but we'll try again. It is part of the process and it's part of the experiment, so we are not giving up. Our next question, we wanted to examine if the bioplastic decomposes itself in soil. So during July, we buried a sample of our bioplastic as well as a biodegradable supermarket bag. And 5 months later, we unburied the materials to see if they are decomposed. We also know that plastic from potato takes 1 month to decompose. So these were the results. On the left, you see the supermarket bag, and on the right, you see our bioplastics. So as you can see, they are they have been degraded. And what impressed our team a lot is that, as you can see, our bioplastic at the photo of the bottom has roots. It was quite impressive.
Team also created plastic from milk. Milk contains a protein called casein that we isolated. More specifically, we measured 125 milliliters of skimmed milk and we heated it. Then we added vinegar and observed the formation of curds. We filtered and let it cool for 5 minutes. Then we kneaded or molded the curds and let them dry for 3 days. The casein plastic we composed is hard and has similar properties to common plastic. In order to spread awareness, we designed our own website, which included information about green buildings, as well as results from a questionnaire that our students and parents answered. For the same purpose, we invited our students, their parents, and our teachers, and we presented to them our work during the PULCHRA project. This event was also attended by Professor Konstantinos Cartalis and Untitled. In order to inform the public about which plastics are recyclable and which are not, we transformed the guide of WWF in a QR code and placed it at the entrance of the event and recommended our guests to scan it with their phones. PULCHRA offered us the opportunity to collaborate with professors, university professors, and researchers from Greece, Europe, and the USA. More specifically, we contacted Professor Cartalis from the University of Athens, and Anastas Poulidis from the University of Athens as well, Dr. Miras Yedis from the National Observatory of Athens, Dr. Adaptilou from West Virginia University, Dr. Tchaikovsky from the University of Toledo, Dr. Jago from the Agricultural University of Athens, and Mr. Konstantelos, the mayor of Aridou and Villachmeni, with whom we had an online meeting to discuss issues considering the municipality's policy regarding green buildings. Participating in PULCHRA has been a great experience. Being part of the Udine school team has given us the opportunity to attend a number of presentations and discussions, as well as an Irish event, focusing on climate change due to the change of land use around the globe, and more specifically our region and municipality. These, apart from informative and interesting, were very inspiring as they were delivered by environmental scientists. In addition, the program gave us the opportunity to understand how the effects of climate change can be monitored in our region, taking a scientific approach of observation and measurements. Finally, through PULCHRA, we were able to interact with local authorities that gave us a clear understanding of the local activities targeting environmental protection. We would like to express our sincere thanks to the professors and researchers that have visited us, as well as the local authorities and the coordinators of PULCHRA project in Greece, in National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, and especially Professor Konstantinos Cartalis and Anastas Poulidis for their valuable help and mentoring during the program. Thank you.
We also have great samples of the bioplastic created. So here you can see the plastic from the potato starch. And we have another one that we added the food coloring.
Hello, can you hear me?
And here you can see the plastic we made from milk. Yeah. Thank you.
Right now, if there are any questions or comments? I have a question for the students. Girls, how was it for you in this process? Was it easy? Was it hard?
It was very interesting. We learned some new things that were very useful information to see what other alternatives we have for the future and how we can improve the situation with the plastic that really affects the climate and is one of the main causes of climate change. And it made us, it encouraged us to continue taking part in such actions that promote the change and to help the situation improve.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. So next, variety of the key presentation. You have two online presentations. Oh, okay. Okay. So hi guys. So the first online presentation will be from Latvia, from Kandava Regional High School. So hello, Elita. Can you hear us?
Yes, we hear me. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Can you see the presentation? Okay. Hello, I am Elita Lavrinovica from Kandavas Regional High School. In this moment, we are Kandavas Regional Primary School, and I tell about our experience in PULCHRA. At first, Kandava is very small, a picturesque city from west of Latvia, a region who named as Kurzeme. And we have a diverse team. In this project, we was teachers of history, Latvian language, geography, biology, and English. And our expert was environmental guide and museum historian. We start with two project groups, one from the 6th grade and the other one from the 12th grade, who are our graduation class. In the first years, we choose one common challenge in Latvia, and it was about healthy environment accessible. Unfortunately, we had to work in the shadow of the COVID pandemic, and do that we had to communicate remotely because the school was closed for teaching in person. We used the opportunities of the school Microsoft account, meeting and Teams, as well as other remote communication such as Mentimeter, work in shared documents, etc. We named our project Time Circle of Kandava, and it was divided in two parts. The first part was for 6th grade, who created the knowledge trial in the Action Board program, where new knowledge could be gained in a multidisciplinary way in the city. And students did vote who place is important for them in Kandava. And we together chose the 5 most important place. In a shared documents, the research groups gathered their ideas of what could be done in each special place in Kandava. Everyone could see all the ideas and write down their suggestion everywhere. And only in the beginning of the summer, when we could finally meet in person, we tested our virtual trial with tasks about climate, about pollution, history, people. The 12th grade, on the other hand, create an escape room in honor of naturalist, the book writer and beekeeper Rudolf Acker, who lives in Kandava. The escape room also with multidisciplinary tasks about Latvian language, about nature, etc., was opened at the beginning of the next school years. we like it very much, and now we also take our quest there. In second year, we chose a challenge about the buildings for the future city. And we start with the building that is the closest to us, our school. And the student cast their votes for the rooms where they didn't feel very good. Various reasons were mentioned. Too hot in sunny weather, too cold, did not like the smells in the chemistry rooms. And during the research, the students collected data on the temperature in the room. Then was organized an idea contest, a hackathon about possible solution using inspiration from the nature. Later, the teams presented their solution to representative of the municipality, parents, and school managements. They chose the winner. The solution was different and interesting, and the winning solution borrowed from plants. In hot weather, shade is provided by leaves, and desert and heights which reflect sunlight in special ways. And as a result, we are now looking for funding to install specially shaped outdoors blinds. We motivated the students with an excursion to the zoo and lesson in the Nature Museum in Riga. And the winner teams received T-shirts with the project logo and the inscription, "You are not too young to change the world." Students like to be active and work with project tasks, and they formed a closer relationship as a teams. But for teachers, I want to remind that we will never be too old to inspire students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. We'll take questions and comments after the second online presentation. So right now, I welcome secondary school number 1 from Poland to begin the presentation. Okay, Marcena, I don't know how to pronounce it. Hey, hello, can you hear us? Not yet. Marcena, can you hear us?
Let's wait.
Let's wait. Okay, okay. No problem. Okay, yes, thank you. Okay. It's a hybrid mode, so yeah, things will happen.
Hello everyone, do you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, thank you. So you can begin your presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, hello.
Please.
Hello, and the teacher, of course. Okay, so you can begin if you want to. Okay, so we can see the presentation, so it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, hello everyone, here's Maya and Maciej. We are from the first secondary school after Stefan Jaromski in Opoczno, and we are here to introduce you some activities of our school over the last year.
In the current school year 2021-2022, as a part of the European project Science in the City, building participatory urban learning community hubs for research and activation, we took up the challenge vegetation versus concrete, how to connect a building with vegetation and change the microclimate around the school. On the facade at the front door, the school logo and the logo of the project on 6th of September 2021 were fixed. Yeah. Wait a second, please. Yeah.
In the period from 20th of September to 13th of October 2021, we engaged our project team in activities as part of the Sustainable Development Week, an European event promoting balanced development in the world, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
On 30th of October 2021, we took part in thematic escape rooms due to the International Day Without E-Waste, and on 20th of October 2021, the school team joined the celebration of Landscape Day, whose idea this year was to appreciate the value of natural, agricultural, and urban spaces available on a daily basis, which you can not only grasp with our eyes, but experience to the fullest.
On 10th of November 2021, during the National Conference Young People About Climate 2021 at the EC1 Science and Technology Center in Łódź, a representative of our municipal project team, Maja Świderska, my classmate, presented the activities undertaken in our school for the climate as part of the Project Science in the City, building participatory urban learning community hubs through research and activation.
On 12th of November 2021, eager students of classes with extended geography, at the invitation of Earth Day, President Kathleen Rogers from Washington, D.C., took part in the United Nations Conference on Climate Change. The event took place during the ongoing COP26 in Glasgow.
On 17th of January 2022, we received gifts for participation in the International Day Without E-Waste, and on 18th of January 2022, I was promoting the activities of our school team was published on the UNEP GRID Facebook. As we can see, we are proud because we have significantly increased environmental awareness among the locals. We proved that everyone is decisive about the state of environment in their area, and each of our actions is important for the planet, for Opoczno, for us.
We cannot also forget about organizing the Earth Day of 2022 at our school. Me, Julia, Ola, and Maciej prepared a short video entitled Environmental Protection Close to Everyone's Heart and the multimedia presentation Earth Day. These materials were used by teachers and educators in preparation for the Earth Day 2022 celebrations. Based on the content presented in them, talks and short quizzes were conducted in classrooms.
A real holiday in honor of Mother Earth was the organization of the Earth Day celebration, which took place at our school on 28th of April 2022. During the celebration had place a wonderful spectacle entitled Portraits for the Earth, school competition, one of the 14, and during the ceremony we could not miss the Dance for the Earth, which was performed by the world champion in modern dance, Nadia Viton, the student from our school.
In addition, my classmate Maciej Gorycha was preparing for the biggest event of the year in the geographical environment, the Jubilee Geographical Congress, which took place in Łódź. Maciej was presenting his work, Our School for the Climate.
From 10th to 27th of May 2022, we took part in lectures and workshops of Dr. Bożena Kicińska and Dr. Tomasz Wites related to the creation of green infrastructure projects in Opoczno and indicating pathological areas and elements of intelligent infrastructure in the city.
On 30th of May 2022, we purchased pots and flowers for our garden and green walls, as well as a printer to be able to use it in conductor research related to the observation of the impact of the environment on these plants. And on 6th of June 2021, we arranged hydrangeas gardens. We planted hydrangeas in specially purchased 6 pots, decorated ivy walls, sprinkled bark into hydrangeas squares created last year, prepared pots from plastic bottles on sisal strings to plant in them and complement the green wall.
The European project we are involved provided us with a lot of joy and resulted in a change in the arrangement of green infrastructure in the vicinity of the school. In literal translation, Project Science in the City, building participatory urban learning community hubs through research and activations means beautiful, and the project serves to create beauty. By systematically raising environmental awareness through numerous project activities, we understand the message that listening to the voice of science is our only chance for better. How beautiful. Journey through space on the spacecraft Earth. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No. I think I'm going to ask the same question that I've asked the students from Greece. Dear students, how was this process in PULCHRA? Was it easy for you, hard, funny, interesting, challenging?
Well, joining the project was an unforgettable experience for our lives. Admittedly, it caused a lot of duties for us, like taking part in courses, workshops, and lectures. It was overwhelmed, but however, in contrast, there was also plenty of benefits, such as cooperation with famous people from science world who taught us how to deal with problems and give us advice on designing and planning. We also cooperated with universities like University in Warsaw, like Catholic University in Lublin. We also took place in other important European projects and initiatives, but other beneficial, we could participate in concept of open schooling and collaborate with you by exchanging ideas and experiences, and we really want to thanks for it. What is more, it was also the first clue to the close to environment in our local area. Taking part in the project allowed to us to make our awareness bigger and bigger. Students of Stefan Żeromski Secondary School started spotting problems with polluted air and small number of green places. Green Navy became our priority. We decided to do our best to improve the quality of air locally. So in cooperation with our entrepreneurs and Opoczno local authorities, we formed hydrangeas gardens, as I said before, around our school, with ivy walls, herbs, and so on. And now in our school, we had a place to relax between classes and meet with our friends. It was worth doing all that activities, and we are more aware how they're crucial in nature in our lives. Now the whole world is looking at us, at our school and our town of Ochno. And thank you so much that you have been with us. And we really appreciate the fact that we could be here and present our activities with you.
Thank you very much. I think we will leave it. So far we've had 4 fantastic presentations.
I'd like to say something. We would like to thank Elżbieta from UNEP GRID for helping us. Dziękujemy.
Dziękujemy.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll have pre-recorded presentations from Italy, Cyprus, and the last one from Romania. So right now, I'll introduce the pre-recorded presentation from Italy, from Isis Bassa Friuliana High School, I think. Okay.
Now we are situation which is current. We are still developing the data and the electronic analysis part in order to continue this project towards what the situation now is that some overlays and some we are to be and now we are talking about the and here we can see our project, we managed to rely
These are our
We want to continuously improve the algorithm, which is the right. We want to implement the data system, and what we need is creation of our vision, and we are going to represent the students, of course, represent the university, represent the research institute, represent the engineering, represent to association, and citizens. Thank you.
Okay, so next we'll have 4 high schools from Cyprus with pre-recorded presentations. The first high school is Paralimni Lyceum. Yes, and I'll ask Iliana to help me to come here and help me with the introduction of the high schools. Because why not my mother tongue?
Don't worry, there are so long that even I get confused sometimes. I don't have to worry about it. Okay, we can start with Paralimni Lyceum with the city challenge. And now we have Ayushman Vision. It's the City Challenge Board.
La política practicada por Analoga, Servility, Fisica Humana, Robot, Integrative, Instrumentos, Humanas, Panorama, Regiões Fácil, Esquecimento de derivado, Legislative Improbabilidade, tem a cada análise do problema e a crise na rotina.
με απότερο σκοπό τον διαγραφική δυστυλοποίηση στο θέμα των αποβλήτων. Ένας από τους νέους στόχους είναι να εγγραφούν οι επιστημονικές ομάδες στη διαδικασία λήψης αποφάσεων, χρησιμοποιώντας τη δική τους κριτική σκέψη και μία μακροχρόνια στρατηγική. Στο παιχνίδι θα υπάρχει μια αποζημίωση σε εικονικό χρόνο με αντιστοιχεία στο πραγματικό χρόνο, για να μπορούν οι προαπόμενοι να αντιληφθούν τα αποτελέσματα της στρατηγικής τους σε σχέση με την περιβαλλοντική πολιτική και η κυκλική οικονομία. Πρωτόκολλο παιχνιδιού της κοινότητας Πούλχρα. 2. Ποσότητες σκουπιδιών. 3. Αρχικό οικονομικό βάση. 4. Πλάνο στρατηγικού σχεδιασμού. 5. Πλάνο συμφωνίας μεταξύ των ομάδων. 6. Αφαίρεση με εκδοσή στην απολύτω. 6 καρτέλ. 7. Καρτέλ συνάπτωση των φόρων της κοινότητας με πάρκο. 4 καρτέλ. 8. Κάποιες αγορές από προστασία ή μόνο μια μόνη συμβολή. Σενάριο παιχνιδιού. Η κοινότητα Πούλχρα λύσει και τώρα ξανά όπως είναι το παιχνίδι, το σκοπικό το όλη είναι στην κοινότητα. Μετά το λόγο του παιχνιδιού, οι δύο χαρτιές των δύο κοντρόλων επέλεξαν στο μεταδότη στο χώρο του λογοκριτική τα δημιουργικά όρια της κοινότητας του. Λέγοντας όλη αυτή την κυβέρνηση που είχε οργανώσει στην κοινότητα, το νέο κοινωνικό συμβούλιο της Πούλχρα υπάρχει να δράσει με τις κοινωνικές και ομάδες να μπορέσει να πετύχει τις καταστήσεις και να το περιβάλλον και τους κατοίκους της κοινότητας. Επιπλέον, να μπορέσουν να χρησιμοποιήσουν τα σκουπίδια και να τα αξιοποιήσουν μέσα από την κοινωνική οικονομία. Ωστόσο, το Κοινωνικό Συμβούλιο προέκυψε μια στρατηγική καταγραφή των αποβλήτων που υπάρχουν, αλλά και εφαρμόζονται κάποιες κοινωνικές συστηματικές με τα οποία καταγραφή της κοινότητας. Στη συνέχεια, προχώρησε στην εγκατάσταση της μονάδας για τη διαλογή των σκουπιδιών στην κοινότητα. Το ριζοσπούδιο εκείνης των αποβλήτων θα επιβιώσουμε από την υγεία, ειδικά τη δεδομένη σκουπιδιών της κοινωνικής οι επιστημονικές και οικονομικές ομάδες που αποτελούνται από τους ανθρώπους του τεχνικού μέσα από την υπόθεση λόγων πρέπει να λύσει όλες τις συνεχόμενες. Αστιώστε να είναι τα καλύτερα παραδείγματα με μακροχρόνιο σχεδιασμό της προβλητικής του και να μπορέσει στο τέλος να προσφέρει τις καλύτερες λύσεις για την ζωή. Το παιχνίδι είναι πάρα βασικό. Για να υπάρξει ο σωστός και υγιής ανταγωνισμός, είναι καλά να θέσουμε τουλάχιστον 5 ομάδες. Για τη σωστή διοργάνωση εκπαιδευτικού παιχνιδιού, οι επιστημονικές ομάδες αρχικά ενημερώνονται σχετικά με την κοινότητα. Τους επεξηγείται ο ρόλος τους στη διαδικασία υλοποίησης της προσομοίωσης του παιχνιδιού από το συντονιστή του παιχνιδιού. Πέρα από το συντονιστή του παιχνιδιού, ορίζεται τραπεζίτης του παιχνιδιού και υπεύθυνος για τη διαμείωση των στερεών και υγρών αποβλήτων του παιχνιδιού. Οι ομάδες καταστρώνουν τη στρατηγική τους σύμφωνα με τους κανόνες του παιχνιδιού. Είναι προσομοίωση. Η προσομοίωση του παιχνιδιού αναβαθμίζει την πραγματική κατάσταση της στρατηγικής του στο βάθος του νόμου. Η προσομοίωση έσαι για 2 ώρες, 120 λεπτά. Σε ορισμένο χρονικό διάστημα, πλέον οι διακαλυτά αντικατοπτρίζονται τα αποτελέσματα για ένα χρόνο λειτουργίας όλων των επηρεαζόμενων καταστάσεων που δημιουργούν τα πλούτα. Έτσι ώστε στα τέλος του παιχνιδιού να κάνουν τα αποτελέσματα της στρατηγικής της κάθε ομάδας για μια περίοδο τουλάχιστον 20 χρόνων. Κατά τη διάρκεια της προσομοίωσης μπορεί να υπάρξει παρακολουθήσεις σκουπιδιών, εργοστασίων, γενικότερα οποιαδήποτε λειτουργία απέχει και συμφωνία. Θα είναι η γνώση του τραπεζίτη και του συνεργαστή του παιχνιδιού. Επίσης, ανακοινώνονται κάποιες οδηγίες από κρατικούς και ευρωπαϊκούς
ευρωπαϊκούς θεσμούς σε σχέση με τα απόβλητα με στόχο να καταστεί η γη βιώσιμη για τις επόμενες γενιές. Αυτές οι αποφάσεις μπορούν να καταβάλλονται μόνο με την κατάσταση που επικρατεί στην κάθε προσωμείωση του παιχνιδιού. Οι ανακοινώσεις γίνονται από το συντονιστή του προγράμματος. Επιτυχίες και αποτελούν είτε επιβράβευση είτε χορηγία σε σχέση με τις δράσεις που έχουν γίνει, είτε κάποιο πρόστιμο αν γίνονται με απαραίτητες συνέργειες σε σχέση με τη διαχείριση των επιβίων.
So the game was actually played again in September and October of this year, and it's going to play again in December and February, and will last for 2 days. So the students will have 1 day to prepare. It will be like a big competition between schools, and the teams will have a day to prepare and understand the game because it takes a long time to understand the game. And the second day will be played. They're actually trying to add a third day in order to discuss the results with experts. So lastly, we have at the Markedas Vivianos Lyceum with the City Challenge 3. So this is from Cyprus. Thank you. I don't know if you have any questions. And I know that it's
And now the last from Czech Alba Iulia National College from Alba Iulia city in Romania. Okay, so let's see.
Having a later start than the rest of the school implicated in the project, our high school participated in its first open event on the 22nd of December in 2021. We there aligned with our teammates and got a rough idea about what we had to do. The theme of the project was chosen to be improved. Having discussed the activities we had to carry out, and having talked to the coordinators, our colleagues stated their opinions, and we elected a motto about the whole project, composting the wind, painting the country. All this done and dusted, the three teams, explorers, researchers, and reporters started their work.
Moving on to the research part of the project, the aim of our team was to prove whether composting is a viable solution to the problem of food waste. And so we have divided the process into 4 significant steps, namely, first, documentation, where we define the targets of our research and subject, the compost. Second, effective work, which implies taking measurements of various parameters of interest. 3, analysis, interpretation of measurements and compilation of data. And finally, 4, conclusions. How useful is the compost after all? Now let's talk about documentation. What is compost? Well, it is a product by fermentation that is a compost waste, just after this bacteria. Compost we have double 2 parts. Around here, we use substances with material, then we use structure. Like vegetable and fruit, and grass. Compost has the biggest impacts The ratio will decrease because the quality of compost decreases. The composting process has three main phases, with the first phase being the first fermentation. This is the stage where the bacteria start appearing and the temperatures rise between 25 and 40 degrees Celsius. The second phase is the thermal stage where bacteria and fungi decompose organic matter rapidly. Temperatures can rise up to 70 degrees Celsius. Oh, this is hot. This is necessary to break up resistance after sifting with bad pathogens. Lastly, the third phase represents the lactization of the compost. Here, temperatures come back to normal, and humus is produced by condensation and polymerization of matter produced in the second phase, and thus our compost is formed. Now, our compost mix was placed in a special container having a specific structure.
The structure of the compost box from the bottom to top consisting 4 layers. First, a set of dead leaves and branches. Second, 10 centimeter layer of soil. These layers make up the base, which is rich in carbon. Third, 20 centimeter layer of oil-dried compost to have 6 of that. And fourth, a and the fresh soil. The compost we use is basically on soil. It is rich in nitrogen. The compost build up to 60% of its capacity to ensure there is plenty of oxygen for bacteria to work with. Otherwise, the composition of the becomes then we vertical water in the mix and we have 15 minutes.
After 2 months of fermentation, the compost was fairly ready for use. So we studied how it affects the growth of grass in 3 types of configuration: normal soil, peat soil, and only compost. The following graphs show the growth of grass in the configuration without compost and those with compost. The crest in the grass represent the moment we cut the grass, so it kept the carbon growth. The compost we used increased the growth rate of grass by about 17% in all configurations. Also, grass planted in pure compost bears properly. Therefore, we learned that soil is a necessity for the growth of grass and other plants. As shown in the next graph, the soils we used were kept in a room with an ambient temperature averaging 21 degrees Celsius, inner temperature of 17 degrees Celsius, and an average humidity of soil 55%. The conclusions of our project are as follows. Compost improves the growth rate of grass, although less than expected. And overall, compost is a viable way of reducing waste, having a double benefit, reducing air pollution and space occupation, while also improving the growth rate of plants and maintaining the richness.
The team of explorers aim to achieve a general idea about the problem of waste with an Google-Forms questionnaire applied to a sample of people. We divided our activity in 5 stages. The first one was the documentation stage, in which our team had to analyze other studies based on the study. We found out that every year in Romania, a person throws away approximately 170 kilograms of food. The members of our team learned that the main reason would be the lack of education and the bad shopping routine. As a result of the existing studies, the following hypotheses were elaborated. Strict timing of purchases is insufficient or even non-existent. The amount of food prepared exceeds the amount of food consumed. The environment can lead to impulsive overspending. The second stage was the questionnaire development. Using the resources at our disposal, we concentrated information necessary to form a process of multiple choice questions. Before outlining the final form of the questionnaire, he was sent to the project participants in order to observe the necessary improvement. The third stage was the application of the questionnaire. Besides our school, several other schools from our country, both from the middle and high school cycle, took part in the social research. The fourth stage was the interpretation of the results. In total, a number of approximately 550 students completed the questionnaire. Based on the answer received, the explorers team were able to confirm that all the previous hypotheses were true. Statistics show that 60% of the people shop several times a week, and only 35% shop only once a week. Hence, it appears that most people do not have a well-established plan. 60% of the target audience claims that too much food is cooked for it to be consumed over several days, which is a cause of waste.
It can be seen that 2/3 of the number of people go shopping without having eaten before, and half of them say that too much food is bought to be eaten. About 200 people throw away the food that and about 104 prefer to throw away the food instead of eating it at another meal. Only 31% of people have a preset shopping list, and out of those, only 58% stick to it. The reason why only 43% of people are aware of the amount of food wasted nationally is the lack of information and interest. The fifth stage was represented by the awareness campaign. With the help of the reporters team, we developed a campaign that consists of several activities with the aim of raising awareness of food waste in the community.
The reporters then use social media to promote activities that the other teams carry out. Videos, photos, reports, and articles in the press that help promote our cause. After a long working effort, the last event occurred on the 31st of May 2022, where all our ideas and activities were presented and where we thank our wonderful contributors. Albania Town Hall, Ntitliq University, Toscana Garden, and Provico. Our awareness campaign thus ended with a couple of interviews, which we asked our colleagues to take part in. So, have you ever heard about it?
Of course, I see doctors around the entire school.
Sure. That is about the calculator, lesson, and the possible takeover.
So therefore, before hearing about the program, would you say that we will when we
To be honest, I used to look at food, but I never thought about other questions. At this election, we have our environment.
I would say I used to waste food, but certainly I was not aware of the fun.
anything change
Of course, I was decided to give my leftovers to a local composting station.
Of course, I myself again to collect the waste yet.
So, do you have any other suggestions about how you have to look at this problem?
I think we should teach people how even the small sections can have been done. For example, the animal food to animals.
Raising awareness, I think it would be useful if you did some tutorials on how to recycle.
Okay, so that was the presentation from Romania. If you have any questions or comments, I can answer them. Or afterwards, yeah. Because it's kind of late. So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it's time to conclude the third PULCHRA workshop. We want to thank everyone for participating in the workshop, especially Ms. Konstantina KARYDI and Ms. Maria Dimopoulou for the very interesting presentations in the morning session. Of course, special thanks to the 10 schools that presented their projects and their general experience with the PULCHRA project. I don't know if there is anything else to add. Maybe Professor Cartalis? No, it's okay. Any comments from the audience? Oh, I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, and of course, all the material and the recording will be uploaded in the PULCHRA platform and website and social media.
Thank you all. Thank you, the online participants. Thank you. Bye.
Some information about our PULCHRA partners, because we have our PULCHRA project meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we will start at 9:15, and the working dinner tonight is at 8 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Θα παίρνω εγώ. Θα φάρεις και αύριο.